so.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. I want to call the meeting to order. Please stand, or, sorry,
Roll call.
roll call vote, please.
Roll call first, sorry, guy.
Sorry,
Jumped the gun.
somebody stop the music quick.
Alderman Yancey. Alderman Miller.
Sorry.
Here. Alderwoman Hilliker.
Here.
Alderman Booth.
Here.
Alderman Raines. Here. Alderman Vickers. Here. Alderman Dawson.
Here.
Alderman Draper.
Here.
Mayor. Here. And I'm here as well.
Okay, now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Doing our calisthenics.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, we thank you for this gathering today. We ask you to be with us and guide our hearts and our decisions. And let the city be what you want it to be. In your son Jesus, amen.
Amen.
Before we start, can I call attention to this? I tested negative at R Apr this morning. If you guys want me to wear it, I'll wear it. If you don't object, I'll take it off. It's up to you.
We can't hear you.
All right, I want to make sure I'm not Democrat, somebody that wants me to put a mask on.
You look better with it on, but go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, David.
Meeting minutes, City Council meeting, March 24th, 2025. Mayor Delaire called the meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. Roll call was taken. All council members were present. The mayor, recorder treasurer, and the city attorney were also present. All stood for the Pledge of Allegiance, and the mayor performed the invocation prayer. The mayor began the meeting by issuing a proclamation to Coach David Harmon on behalf of the city. The proclamation congratulated the Lady Cougars on their state championship and designated the month of April as Lady Cougar Month. The meeting minutes from the City Council meeting from February 24th, 2025 were read by Recorder Treasurer Vanderpass. Motion to accept the meetings was made by Alderman Miller and seconded by Alderman Draper. Minutes were approved by roll call vote. The special meeting minutes from March 13th, 2025 were read. A motion to accept the minutes as read was made by Alderman Draper and seconded by Alderman Raines. Minutes were approved on voice vote. Motion to accept Treasurer's report was made by Alderman Miller and seconded by Alderwoman Hilliker. The report was approved on voice vote. Committee reports. Motion to accept committee reports was made by Alderwoman Hilliker and seconded by Alderman Raines. The report was approved on voice vote. Public comments. Ty Woodall spoke about his being charged a large water fee because of a broken water line. There was much discussion. A motion was made by Alderwoman Hilliker and seconded by Alderman Booth to grant Mr. Woodall a one-time forgiveness, and the council will develop a policy ordinance in the future. The motion passed on a voice vote. Uriah Mead spoke about boating, fishing, and sportsman's club pursuing stocking the lakes with shiners. He said that he needed a letter of support from the city. A motion was made by Alderman Miller and seconded by Alderman Booth to support this endeavor. Motion passed by voice vote. Mr. Mead was also interested in renewing an agreement he had with MRID, allowing the club to have their meetings at the community center for a reduced fee. A motion was made by Alderman Dawson and seconded by Alderman Booth to waive the community center rental fees for the boating, fishing, and sportsman's club. The motion passed on voice vote. Old business. There was no old business. New business. Alderman Miller asked the mayor and Charlie McDaniel why they had ignored Resolution 2025-17, which required them to turn over all bank accounts to the city, to remove Mr. McDaniel as a signatory, and to make the mayor and the recorder treasurer signatories. Mr. McDaniel took the microphone and answered questions. Interim Parks and Recreation Director Dan Robinson spoke about the lock changing at the community center, his first week as director, the idea of interested parties reopening the restaurant at the community center, an update on the fire at the maintenance building and cart shed. Resolution 2025-20 was read by the recorder treasurer. It proposed increasing the funds for the animal control addition to $55,000. A motion to approve the resolution was made by Alderman Miller and seconded by Alderman Booth. The resolution was approved by voice vote. Attorney Sipes spoke about his involvement in the Boxhound lawsuit. He stated that his commentary was a bit premature since he could not get involved until April 1st. He promised an update at the April meeting. Director Robinson asked for permission to try to negotiate. A motion was made by Alderman Raines and seconded by Alderman Miller to table the issue. Motion passed by voice vote. The issue of the tipping fee charged on residents' water bill was brought up. No one seemed to know what it was for. The mayor,
Is that still a problem, or has that been answered? I think I know what a tipping fee is.
okay, well, I'm just reading the minutes right now, so you can bring that up during public
Yeah, just
comments.
Let him finish the minutes.
No one seemed to know what it was for. The mayor offered to bring Waste Connections to a subsequent meeting to explain. A motion was made by Alderman Miller and seconded by Alderwoman Hilliker to table the matter until such time. The motion passed by voice vote. There was a discussion about job descriptions for the golf course superintendent and the parks director. A draft was given to each council member in their council packet. It was agreed that they would return comments to the recorder treasurer by March 31st. There was further discussion about the pro shop and whether or not the golf pro was engaged. Resolution 2025-21 regarding hiring a grounds consultant was read by the recorder treasurer. A motion to approve was made by Alderman Vickers and seconded by Alderman Miller. Motion passed by roll call vote. Alderman Booth abstained. Resolution 2025-22 was read by the recorder treasurer. It defines the requirements for city hall volunteers. A motion to approve the resolution was made by Alderman Miller and seconded by Alderman Yancey. The motion passed by roll call vote. Alderman Dawson voted no. There was a discussion about the Facebook page and the inability to log in. Uriah Mead mentioned that he would like others to get trained on setting up the camera feed. Spelling wrong. Alderman Draper announced that First Baptist Church will be open in emergencies. The new gas station proprietors are targeting early April to open. Tommy Billingsley announced a Veterans Golf Tournament for May 17th. Alderwoman Hilliker made everyone aware of Dogwood Days on April 12th. The Ward 3 Town Hall meeting is March 25th. The mayor's state of the city is March 31st. Motion for adjournment was made by Alderman Booth and seconded by Alderman Raines. Motion passed on voice vote.
I move we accept minutes as read.
Well, any questions, any additions, any comments on that? All right, who made the motion to accept that?
Brian.
Brian? Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say same. Minutes have been accepted.
For the treasurer's report, just a few things that I want to point out. Revenues exceeded expenses by about $2,000, which again shows my concern because we have not paid anything to Parks and Recs as of this time yet in March. And so there doesn't appear to be extra every month to do that. So it is, the early part of the year is when you are front-loaded. A lot of things come due at the beginning of the year. So it's not all dire, but I would like to see revenue a lot higher than that compared to expenses. I would also point out that we have now, this month, made our first payment to Parks and Rec, and it was a little over $20,000 from the allocated funds from the sales tax and the millage and the franchise fees. And thus far, we have deposited about $120,000 from the fees, so, into Parks and Rec, so.
What about the delinquent taxes from the county?
As far as I know, nothing's been done on that yet, other than some research.
They were deposited into your account on the 16th.
You're talking about the stuff that we get from the county every month?
No, delinquent taxes. MRI delinquent taxes were deposited into the Parks and Rec account on the 16th of this month.
Yeah, we get the delinquent stuff that they have that's straggling out there every month. It's usually not very much money, but we did get some, you're right. That was deposited.
$11,000.
Excuse me?
It was over $11,000.
Okay, then we haven't gotten the report on that yet, ma'am, so I have not seen that number. It happens automatically. I just get an email later after it happens.
Okay, yeah, look in and see if we got that money. Anything else in the
Nothing else from me.
treasurer's report? Okay, any other comments, questions about the treasurer's report? Any additions? All right,
I move we accept as read.
okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Is that Travis?
All right, all those in favor of saying aye, please say aye. All those opposed, please say the same. Treasurer's report's been accepted. Committee reports. I don't have them in this packet. They must have been in the second packet.
Yeah, it was emailed only, I think. It's not hard copied. But if you want a copy, I will get you one.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, has everybody had a chance to look at the committee reports? Any questions, comments about the committee reports? Is there a motion to accept the committee reports?
I'll make a motion to accept the committee report.
Is there a second? I'll second. Okay, all those in favor of accepting the committee reports, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say the same. Committee reports are accepted. Okay, moving on to public comments. Fred Walker.
Please,
Yes.
the podium.
I'm Fred Walker, I'm Superintendent of the County Consolidated School District.
Push the button
Yeah,
there.
push the button.
There you go.
I'm Fred Walker, Superintendent of the Israel County Consolidated School District, and I've got some brochures for anybody that didn't get one already, just hit me up on the way out. I just want to bring your attention to the school millage vote this May 13th. Most years, it doesn't mean anything, but it has to be on the ballot, but this year it does matter. Taxes are not going up, but we have been awarded $2.4 million by the state because of our rapid growth. We have grown faster than any school in the area over the last 7 years. We've gone from 453 kids to 636 in the last 7 years. And we've run out of room. Our elementary school, we're having choir on the stage in the old gym because we don't have any more classrooms. But the state has recognized that problem. So they have awarded us $2.4 million toward building some additional classrooms at both the elementary school and the middle school. It would be 6 additional classrooms at the elementary school and 4 additional classrooms at the middle school, plus occupational therapy, PT and OT services, plus additional restrooms and a couple other offices. But it's the state, they look at how we've been growing, and then they have a formula they go by to determine if you deserve any funds. And we were one of 11 schools in the state that got funds recently for this project. Well, to be able to accept these funds, we have to restructure our millage, our bond issue in the May vote, so we can pay our part of it. It's building costs are really high for schools. I don't know if you've noticed that in the media. You hadn't heard it lately, but that, school prices are between $350 and $400 a square foot now. And so, but the state is going to pay probably 40% of the cost of this if we can approve this, move this proposal. But our millage rate, our tax rate stays the same. We have paid off nearly all of our buildings, our academic buildings. This does not affect anything that we have built athletically. The football field is completely separate, and it's nearly paid off already. So this has nothing to do with this. This is just academic facilities. So we're restructuring a little bit of money that we still owed on our academic facilities, and then we will be building academic facilities with that. But it requires a vote, a yes vote or approval on the May 13th ballot to be able to do this and be able to accept the $2.4 million from the state. If we don't pass this, we lose the $2.4 million. It goes to some other school somewhere. But see if there's anything else. But we've been growing a lot. I mean, we're up 30 kids this year, and we have grown 6 of the last 7 years, and it's been anywhere from 20 to 50 kids. Coach Booth, I'm sure, can attest to that because he's seen it. He's been there and seen it. But this is a great opportunity for our school district to get funds from the state. They recognize that we're one of the fastest growing school districts in the state. The last thing I saw was we were in the top 10 school district percentage-wise in growth in the last 7 years. In 2 of those years, we were number 1. And I don't see, I hope it continues, but this is just based on what we have now. If we continue to grow, then we're gonna have more issues later on, but this will help a lot because our middle school we've really grown in the middle school, grades 5 through 8, and we need more classrooms there. And in the elementary school, we've got kindergarten classes all over the school, and this will allow us to put all the kindergarten classes together. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that we would like to have your support for this millage vote, and it's not like most years when it doesn't matter whether you vote yes or no. This year matters, but it does not increase taxes, but it allows us to get $2.4 million from the state to help fund their facilities. We've already got an architect and a contractor ready to proceed if this passes, because we have a limited amount of time by the state to build it. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. If you have any questions, I'm be glad to answer any of them.
How far out are the bonds stretched out to?
Okay, it'll be 31 years total.
Is that gonna be enough? If you keep growing? How do you-
Yeah, it has been. The last time we did a bond issue was in 2004, and that was for 25 years, and this is 21. And what it does allow you to, it allows you to stretch out your payments so that you can, if you have any additional things you need to do, you can probably afford to do it, because the interest rates on these bonds are really low. I think they are projected probably around 3 to 4%. And I looked today at what I got from our bond company. I just got it today. It was 3.02%. It's what they're selling for right now. But this is an opportunity to help our kids and have the kind of facilities they need, and help us have the school we need to have. And I'm proud of all our teachers and all our staff. They're the hardest, in my opinion, they're the hardest working staff anywhere. I mean, we're the first state model STEM school district in the state. We're the only high school STEM school in the state, and that's science, technology, engineering, and math. And we've got partnerships with Intimidator and some other places where we're growing our own engineers, and in a rural area like this, and it's a testament to our staff and our kids. We're working hard, and our school board and everybody involved, that we have a vision to keep moving forward. And, we try to offer every activity known to man, either academic or athletic or extracurricular. Soccer is our newest thing, it doesn't cost hardly anything to do that. But anyway, we try to offer. We're a small school, but we feel like our kids deserve what everybody else has everywhere else. And I think our kids have that opportunity, and this will continue to allow us to do that. And I would appreciate you guys considering to vote for that on May 13th.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
How many safe rooms do you have right now?
We don't have any. We don't have any.
That was one of the things.
Yes, I meant to mention that this will provide, I think it's over 400 for 400 and something kids or staff members. And then we're going to try to, as we build, to continue to do that. Because this is a new thing where you're not actually building a safe room separately. It's embedded in the structure. It's going to be in the hallways. So when we have like a tornado, our hallways and our restrooms are going to be reinforced areas so that we can put people there. And that's a way to save money while you're building, when you're building, buildings, it's a more economical way, so you don't have to build a separate building for the storm shelter. It's part of the building. And so that's really a new thing. And, so we're going to do that. And then we're going to try to, in the near future, continue that. And it's all, and when we have any kind of an emergency, our shelters are going to be open for the public. Because there's not, as you know, we all know, there's not enough safe places for everybody when there's a tornado or any other kind of hazard. And this recent, we've had some problems in this area just recently that shows that. So I think this is the storm shelter is probably maybe the most important piece of this. But we have to have a positive vote on May 13th if we're going to be able to take the money from the state to do it.
Can you tell the people where they can vote? 'Cause we-
Where they can vote? Okay. You can vote at either, what's the place over here? New Fellowship? What's it called? New Begin, I keep saying it wrong. What is it?
New beginnings.
New Beginnings Church over here, and I think in the early voting there, early voting there, or at the high school, there's early voting, and that starts on Tuesday, the week before the election, and it's every day but Saturday and Sunday through Monday. I think it's 8:30 to 4:30, each of those days, and then on election day, you can go to Franklin Community Center, the new Fellowship Church here, the high school at Brockwell, or you can, or Oxford Community Building. So that's one thing we wanted to do. When we're doing something like this, it's a big deal. We want everybody to have access to vote. So, it's gonna cost a little bit, but we want everybody to have the opportunity to vote and help us do what we need to do.
I have just one more
Okay.
question. What is the school population right now, and what's the percentage of growth rate?
I wish you hadn't asked me that. I can tell you the enrollment, we're at 636, and we have gone up 183 kids in 7 years, so that's about 20, almost, say, how much? 40%. Okay, that's over 7 years. And most of the schools, let me tell you, if you check with the schools around here, in the area, we're in a decline as far as school population. As far as I know, if you go back 7 years, we're the only school in this area that has a substantial growth over the last 7 years. Most schools have lost enrollment for a variety of things. There's 2 schools not too far from here that have lost about 50 this year, and they're not big schools. And I know of a larger school that's lost 100. And it's just, and I think what we're doing, what our teachers are doing, our kids are doing, and our community has supported us, I think it has resonated in the area, and I think that's why we're growing, and despite all the different hardships there are. And one thing we try to do too, and I get a little flack over this, we want kids to want to come to school. We want parents to send them. They get free breakfast, free lunch. We have before and after school program that's free. They get another meal then. We transport them home after the after school program. We feed them all summer. We take food to every kid all summer long. We drive it to them. We drive it to them. And so they get fed all summer long. We get free school supplies. We have a lot of poverty. I know you guys are aware of that. We have a lot of poverty. 72% of the students in our school district qualify for free and reduced lunch, and that's high. So we try to do everything we can. We have a preschool that to try to help there. We've gone from having 30 kids to 59, and we're looking at even expanding that where we can. We built a brand new preschool, and we used federal funds to pay for nearly all of that. It did not cost our local school virtually anything. It was money that we got from the federal government over during the COVID era, when they gave out money for that. I don't know of any other school that used their money in the area for a preschool. But we built, if you're ever over at Violent Hill, stop in and look at that preschool. And it's really nice. But we just want to do everything we can for our kids, and we're trying to get them, trying to educate them and get them into the workforce that we need that's out there now, and that's why we're doing the STEM education. We had a kid, I don't know if any of you saw it on Facebook, we had a kid signed with Bad Boy last Friday, had been hired had gone through their welding program. We had taken him down there every day for 2 years, and he's been hired as a welder for Bad Boy. That's a pretty high paying job for a kid right out of high school, and those are the kind of things we're doing. I'm trying not to be too long-winded. I know you got a long agenda, but I can talk all day if you need me to. Any other questions?
Can I kind of say something? I'm on both campuses every day, the elementary and high school, and those kids are packed in there. We really, really need this, and it would really be appreciated. Like Mr. Walker said, we've got a great bunch of hardworking teachers that are, I've got a son and a couple grandkids that go to school there, and they have great teachers, take care of kids, put kids first, and I just really think this is something to be very positive for our school. And that's it.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raul Johnston. I'm chairman of the Zoning and Adjustments Committee, and I'm here to address some issues that, in my capacity as chairman, I believe need to be addressed. When I was nominated and appointed to be chairman of the Zoning and Adjustments Committee in 2023, Mayor Dallaire advised me, since at that time there was not an active planning committee as there were no members, he would nominate 5 people to be members of the committee. The reason for 5 is so if there was a vote, there wouldn't be a tie vote. There would be an odd number. At the end of 2024, at the mayor's choosing, he nominated Rick Broderick to be approved by the previous city council. Since there were only 4 committee members, which included myself, Ray Gill, Dan Robinson, and Dee Mears, this would have been an opportunity for the mayor, since there was an active planning committee at that time, to nominate the 3 members of the planning committee to the zoning committee as ordinance requires. Mayor Dallaire recently indicated to me that he is going to appoint Paul Gill to serve out the remainder of Ray Gill's appointment to the Zoning and Adjustments Committee. Again, this appointment would require city council approval. Since the ordinance requires there to be 3 members to be appointed from the planning committee, again, in my opinion, this would be an ideal time to appoint members from the planning committee. I say this, that I do not have anything against Paul Gill. I knew his dad, Ray, and his mom, Pat, and I held them both in high regards. But as the chairman of the zoning committee, I think we should proceed in a manner to conform with the ordinance requirements. As a chairman, I've taken time to talk to a couple of the people on the planning committee who said that they would be open to being nominated to sit in with the Zoning and Adjustments Committee, and those 2 members were Robert Gehring and Mike DeZenzo. Then on Thursday, April 10th, there was a Zoning and Adjustments Committee meeting held for hearing for a variance request to consider approval for variance for a detached garage that exceeded the square footage allowed by the zoning ordinance. In attendance were members Dan Robinson, Dee Mears, Rick Broderick, Mayor Dallaire, and myself. The other attendees included were Mr. Walter Mettler and Lee Mears. The variance was requested by Mr. Walter Mettler for the property at 327 West Green Valley Drive. The variance request is to construct a 1,500 square foot detached garage. Chapter 5 of the Residential District Restrictions, Section R1, Paragraph B, General Restrictions, Subparagraph 1G, which states the size of an accessory structure shall be limited to 300 square feet, except for detached garages, size of which shall be limited to 900 square feet. Chapter 3, Definitions, defines a detached garage as follows. An accessory structure is one which is subordinate to and serves the principal building or principal use. Is subordinate in area, extent, purpose to the principal building or principal use, contributes to the comfort, convenience, or necessity of the occupants of the principal building or principal use served, and is located on the same zoning lot as principal building or principal use served, and to the rear of the front building lines within the rear and side setback lines. As chairman of this committee, I did review the previous information with the committee members so that they would have an understanding of what the parameters are for granting such variance. I then asked Mr. Metler if the permit information for the new house that he had built on this property was accurate, as it listed the house to be 1,400 square feet, and he indicated it was. I also asked Mr. Metler if his intentions are to sell the house, as there was a for sale sign posted in the front yard. His response was that he has both of his Horseshoe Bend houses for sale. I then asked if he had any extenuating circumstances to be requesting such a large garage. He responded that he has an antique truck that he likes to work on. I then asked how large of a truck it is, as 1,500 square feet is large, and he responded it's a pickup truck, which hardly requires 1,500 square feet of working space. Dan Robinson asked Mr. Metler if he would consider reducing the size of the garage to 1,400 square feet or less, so the garage would be subordinate in area to the house. Both Mr. Metler and Mayor balked at this recommendation. I advised the committee that it was my opinion as chairman that we not approve an accessory structure which is larger than the principal structure, especially when there did not appear to be the necessity and or hardship, as well as property is for sale. When the roll call vote was taken, 2 committee members voted no, 2 committee members voted yes, and the mayor voted yes. At the time, I thought it was unusual for the city representative to the committee was voting. On Saturday, April 19th, I emailed a FOIA request to the city to obtain the ordinance that provided for the mayor to be a voting member of the committee. In the 19 years of experience in the municipal field and 30-plus years in the code and zoning field, I've never seen a city representative has had voting rights on any such committees. I've been involved with municipalities in Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. I was advised in response to my FOIA request that the City of Horseshoe Bend does not have any ordinance that provides the mayor with the voting rights on the zoning and adjustment committees. As such, the voting for this variance should be considered null and void. I'm requesting of the City Council on what steps to be taken to resolve this issue. In advising the applicant of this issue, it could up in a litigation situation. However, the applicant can request an appeal, to which the appeal would be heard by the City Council. There would be an official meeting where the council would be presented with a variance request by both the applicant, Mr. Metler, as well as guidance by the Zoning and Adjustments Committee Chairman prior to making this determination. So I'm asking the City Council to look at this documentation and advise me on how they would like me to proceed with this so that we don't end up in a litigation situation. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Why do you care about the size of this man's truck or the fact that he's selling his house?
Well,
Is that a question you would normally ask?
well, if he, to grant the variance, there needs to be,
Is that part of your job? Yeah, I
yes,
have two questions.
yes.
What is the
As chairman of the Zoning and Adjustments Committee, it is my responsibility to review the request and see if it's a valid request. Now, if there's a hardship that he needs it, then we look at that hardship requirement.
The size of his truck matters.
Well, I don't believe,
Ridiculous thing I've ever
The size of the structure matters, not the size of the truck.
yeah.
said. How big is your truck?
Well, he wants a 1,500 square feet to work on a truck. I assumed that he had a very large truck that he needed that space.
Maybe a fire truck.
6,000 square foot house and some want an 800 square foot house. Did
But,
you check into that reason
but
too?
the point is,
Sense to me.
the ordinance says that the accessory structure, the garage, should not exceed the square footage of the house, and he is asking for a garage that's bigger than his house, which is a precedent that I don't believe the city wants to engage in, because then everyone will want that. And do you want to see more big garages and little houses all over our community? I don't think so.
I think Dan has that exact thing. He has a small house and a big garage.
My house is 1,400 square foot, garage is 850, sorry.
Okay,
All right, do you have anything else?
no, that's all I have.
All right. Brad, can you look into if the mayor can be a member of a committee and vote to break a tie in a committee? I know it's in Robert's rules, but if you could look that up for us at some point.
I believe it's being addressed
we
tonight,
can look
Mayor.
at it. I think the attorney can look that up and see where it is in the law.
Okay.
And just to clarify, this is a variance committee. The purpose of a variance committee is to allow someone to have a variance. Okay, the purpose of the variance committee isn't just to say, you can't do this. And there is a huge garage on the golf course, just up the road from his house, that was allowed to be built. So,
But
I think
again,
we
that
should,
garage is subordinate in size to the house.
well, that may be, but he asked for a variance. So, just up from Wally's house. It's a huge one, right on Fairwater.
So about Charles Miller?
I don't know whose house it is. Anyways, if you'd look that up for us at some point.
Yeah, I think there's been an email sent to Brian and Vanderpass. They asked me about it, and the municipal league, and the municipal league responded.
And the municipal league responded, there is no such thing as an ordinance or a statute allowing the mayor to do such a thing. That was the answer.
That's what they said.
I would like to know why.
Well,
you
so
showed
then
up
it's,
for that.
so then it's a tie.
Is that the only one you've ever showed up to vote? Why?
No, I've,
Just out of curiosity. I don't know, I'm asking.
it was a meeting where they were absolutely matched, so that I would be the tie-breaking vote. If you look in Robert's
Did you
rules,
do that before going?
yeah, I knew there was 4 people there, and I was there to hear whether they needed the extra vote. I became the extra vote.
Sounded like they already knew.
Well, I still say that it was a variance committee. The purpose is getting a variance. They sent the letters out. No one around complained about him making that building bigger. There was no letter sent back that said, we don't want this guy to do this.
But if you're gonna tell everybody this, why have a committee?
But you don't tell everybody yet. If the neighbors had sent a letter in response to the letter that was sent, because the variance committee sent letters out to all the neighbors and said, do you want this to happen or not? And nobody sent a letter that said,
One of those letters, I live right across the street from it.
okay, and did you,
They had a problem with it, that was the type of speech.
and were you against it? Were you against it? There you have it. All the letters came back, they were not against it. So I'm not sure that the committee should just put it down when you've got the people that actually live in that area saying, no, they don't want to do that.
That's not the issue. The issue is whether you should have voted or not.
Mr. Mayor, when Charles Beller's garage was approved, we did look at all the circumstances. The garage was smaller than the house. No one did object when letters went out, but after the garage was built, I did have several people complain to me about it. And it's like, at the meeting then and voice your opinion at the meeting.
However, it was in compliance with the rules of variance. It was smaller than the house.
Yes.
So if you do something that's against the variance, rules, and then someone comes and complains, then the committee itself is under criticism because they allowed a variance that went against the rules. And that's why you try and stick to the rules, correct?
That's why you
Thank you.
that's why you send the letters out. If the neighbors have a valid complaint, they make that complaint. This woman standing right out there lives right across from it. She didn't have a complaint. If you have a complaint against it, then I understand you voting against it. The difference was 100, or basically a 10 by 10 square, was the difference in space. It wasn't a huge difference whatsoever. That's what it was.
Variance
And
committee.
none of the neighbors have complained about it whatsoever.
Variance committee was trying to make an alteration, was asking him, and the hardship was not present. He's going to sell. And the size is way larger than the one truck. And if he said, I had 14 vehicles I'm trying to store, something that out of the weather, they're all antiques, then the variance committee could have other grounds. The person did not offer grounds for the variance committee to authorize the variance. And as he said, no one complained, they allowed the variance, and then people came forward later. He was trying to avoid that with this particular situation.
I think there was 2 other people there that voted in a fair manner who were indeed, and actually still are, members of the variance committee. So at worst, it's a tie.
Which means no action, doesn't happen. It didn't pass.
I have another question.
Well,
Dee Mears, she's been talking about having to move a building. What was that about?
well, that was,
It's been there for many, many years.
that was a building, she bought a piece of property, that building was there for 20 years and nobody said a thing. But now that she's on the variance committee, and they want her gone, there's a complaint against that building. Now, a building that was right on your property, actually, the codes person said that that was grandfathered in. And the only reason they had to move it is actually was on Raul's property. They had crossed the line. Hers was not. Hers was there and had been there for 20 years. And I don't know how old she is, but I'm glad we prosecuted her and made her get rid of this building that's been there for 20 years.
What's the name of the gentleman with the variance and everything?
Walter, Wally Metler.
Is he the one that used to work for the golf course?
Yes, he's the one that they canceled the contract on, yes. Yep. Which at this point in time is why he has his houses up for sale, because needless to say, he's upset about it. But he hasn't sold either house, and he hasn't left yet either.
So if I might, I didn't get a letter. I live right down from that house. I didn't.
You're not close enough to get the letter, that's why you didn't get a letter.
I object to the house. It's a bigger garage, but to the house itself. So for the record,
Well, it's nice for the record, but we won't take objections from people just to have objections, because I don't even want to think of the objections that's going to fly around this room if that's what we're going to allow happen. So,
If he's so unhappy, he's selling his house, why's he gotta add building on it?
well, he asked for the variance before he decided to put the property up, because he actually had a job. He's the one that was doing the golf course, and he was doing it for $40,000 a year. Now, the council has seen fit to increase the salaries of the golf course. Like they've increased, like,
Sir, I'm a man doing the job. That's a bold-faced lie.
well, it was increased supposedly to 40,000, and I know the Parks and Rec one was increased from 30 was what the contract was, to 45. So, anyways, we're a long ways from the variance. So, back to the variance. The variance was passed.
Although we're not talking about everything that had nothing to do with this.
Well, right. So what's your decision? You're gonna pull a variance from him? Don't stare at me, Brian. You're the one that brought this up, and Raul brought this up. So you guys make a decision. You have the vote.
We're gonna go over it later. We're gonna address it later.
There is an ordinance addressing it.
There's an ordinance addressing it. Okay. Pat Gill.
I'm Pat Gill, and I have lived here in Horseshoe Bend for almost 23 years. My late husband served as an MRID commissioner, so I'm pretty familiar with how the city used to work. I look around and I see my neighbors, my friends, the people I worship with, and it breaks my heart because we cannot all come together and agree. But I am a supporter of our mayor. I think that Dwayne Dallaire has done an excellent job. And I know I see a lot of you shaking your heads, and that's fine. I understand we all have our opinions. But what I'd like to say is, even if you don't like him, if it's a personality thing, please look at the facts. I happen to be able tonight to look at all of these resolutions that we're going to vote on, and everyone in there is intended to demean, take away authority. I asked him the other day, I said, why in God's name would you want to be the mayor after everything that's been done to you? And he said, it's because I voted, or when I asked for the votes of the community, I told them that I would do everything in their best interest. Now, he's not from this area. He's a New Yorker. So he can be different and arrogant. Am I right about that? But there's a difference between being arrogant and being different and being absolutely faithful to what he said he was going to do. So thank you for giving me some time.
Sorry, Gail Fuller.
Hello, I'm Gail Fuller. I wrote this letter last night when I found out that the councilmen were going to remove me from the city planning committee. So here we go. To the citizens of Horseshoe Bend, I am writing in regards to the councilman voting for my removal as a member of the HSB Planning Committee. I have not received notification of being removed as a committee member to date. I have been on the planning committee since January, and we've made a lot of progress. Actually, an engineer has been contacted and prints were sent to him last Friday. The entire plan was scheduled for a town hall meeting on May 20th. The council stopped all that because, why, you ask? Not one of them has ever showed up to our meetings held twice a month. I have recorded the minutes on the committee and submitted them to the city clerk, ensuring that they were received, as they always seem to have a problem with their email. In regards to Data Scout data, as far as wanting the data turned over to the city, the data did not come to my email address. It came to the city, okay? Given there is a court order with the case of MRID, I volunteered to assist a team in retrieving the data. This was not an easy feat. The team went and looked at the Melbourne books, and there I saw that information was printed on computer paper. Having a technology background, I said, why would anybody retype this information? That's nonsensical and a waste of time. There has to be a way to get the data on a data file. Then I went and asked Tammy Sanders, and she told me she didn't keep the information online anymore. All that's online is through Data Scout in 2012. However, the books on computer paper went back way further. She handed me a Data Scout number. I tried to pull the data from Data Scout unsuccessfully. I then called Data Scout. It took quite a few calls, meetings, and emails. I was able to get the information that I needed and can write reports just with Horseshoe Bend data. It is how the Data Scout system is built. They could provide just Horseshoe Bend, but it would have cost $15,000. That was my first quote. I continue to discuss the matter with Data Scout and needing the information, but I cannot pay them $15,000 for it. So I stayed the course. There has to be a way to get the data out of the system that we've already paid for and entered the system into the data. Later, he called me back. He said, if he provided the whole county, would I be able to get the information I needed? And I said, yes. He said, we'll do it for $1,500. I said, woohoo, really fast. I went to the mayor, I got the money. Okay, now, you're upset that someone used their knowledge and skill set to help you. I find this council to be contemptible. In addition, I asked Mary Hunt and Mr. Vanderpas if they would use a database that I built to record this information. The answer? No. I don't have time to learn anything else. Do you know how they're receiving the payments that you make, the $80 payments? In a receipt book, like we live in 1970. And any idea how easy it will be for that to be lost or destroyed? Where's the checks and balances? I can't believe that we paid a company to even mail the fee out. Wasting money seems to be the norm instead of utilizing the skill sets of our volunteers. There are a lot of dealings being done behind the citizens' backs. If the citizens do not have someone they can look at that can look out for their best interests, such as our councilmen, who do not listen to you, don't even call you back, we will not have a city. They will bankrupt it. And it will come very fast. You won't even see it coming. Ask about sewer systems for property purchased recently and what they plan to do with that property. The biggest thing that you need to understand, and this is extremely important, before I moved here, I was looking for a nice, quiet place close to Kansas City, but in Arkansas, that had a pool for my body movements that I need for rehab. My leg, my arms, my hands, everything. I wanted an indoor pool. This was misleading on the chamber web pages. It's been out there for a long time, and in our ward meeting, I asked about it and was told, yes, go ahead and change it. But then, somebody got a little curl and said, don't do anything until I talk to you. I haven't heard back from you, Jeanette.
You already went and done it all.
I didn't touch it. Not me. If you had a city amenity that had a swimming pool as shown on the website at the time, nobody here would even know my name. I would have went swimming, relaxed at my house, had a good old time. This is sheer retaliation for me speaking up and doing something rather than sitting back and expecting things to get better for the town. My feelings is these councilmen are trying to take any authority and abilities away from the mayor. They have already taken away his ability to hire and fire, taken away assistant. Now they're taking away his right to vote on a committee, and the amount that he can spend, and anyone that supports him is out. I am requesting, finally, that these councilmen have also forgotten that the mayor was elected by the people. Finally, I am requesting a sworn statement from each of the councilmen for probable cause to remove me from a committee. I am unaware of doing anything immoral, nefarious, committing non-feasance, or anything else. Please provide that. Today would be great because I haven't got notified that you're removing me. Thank you.
Have you been removed yet?
No. It's on the ordinance.
Yeah.
It hasn't been voted on.
And we just got them and we've not discussed it.
Yes.
You said something that none of the aldermen have attended your meetings. What time of day are you
They're at 9 o'clock, and I understand that most work.
At least 5 of these people on.
I do, but we still invited them.
When?
And we were welcome. We would have rehired or rescheduled our meetings if people said, yes, I want to come. Can you change the time? Yes?
When did you ever invite anybody? Have you guys gotten invited? Anybody?
I saw it on Facebook.
The days on the internet all the time.
Well, that's not an invite. That's not an invite. I don't. Honestly don't.
Everybody knows.
Okay, folks,
Having to look something up is not the same thing as being invited, and please understand that. She said they're invited. She
can
said
you be
invited.
quiet, please?
You be quiet. I can speak.
Quiet.
I can speak.
No, you're not. When I say be quiet, the room needs to be quiet, because we're getting way off from what this was. Gail,
Yes.
thank you for what you had to say. You don't have to take questions from people. This isn't a test.
Well, it
You
feels
passed.
like an attack.
It is an attack.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't agree with it being an attack on the council.
And I'm sorry if you guys didn't see these ordinances, because they never came out till 3:30 on Friday afternoon, and they should have been mailed to you. I assumed that you had them for the weekend.
We have them, but we can't discuss them until now, and that's what we're gonna do, just because we received it.
How did they get on there? You guys list 100 of them every week. You guys are gonna meet somewhere. You have to be. There's no way one of you can come up with all those on there.
Who drew them up, Brian?
Yeah, who,
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we need
Okay.
to know who puts their names on these ordinances and who
yeah,
endorses
who
them.
drew these ordinances up? Where'd they come from?
Some of them come from forwarding from finance committee, so when you guys vote to put
No,
something forward.
I want to know who drew these
Some
ordinances
of them
up.
I did, because they were voted
Okay,
on at
who
finance
else?
committee meeting. Others were submitted to me.
Well, when we go through the ordinances, we will ask who wrote these ordinances up, so we know who they are. Because that's the very least that people deserve, is to know who's writing these ordinances and what they're being written about.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, no, but why wouldn't you tell? Why would you keep that a secret?
Okay, the last council, they all,
Okay,
the
folks,
last council, every time there was one, there were,
Everybody,
Right.
Jeanette was asking
go ahead,
a question.
Jeanette.
She asked me if they had to tell. I don't know that they have to tell. Somebody's got to sponsor it. My question would be, why would you hide that? Why wouldn't you? I mean, I would raise my hand if I'd typed one of these and said it
Don't
was
you
me.
see the ordinances beforehand?
Yeah, the mayor's the only person that sent them to me.
Okay.
The mayor had Mary
Yeah,
send
if
it
I
to
hadn't
me
sent them, he wouldn't have had them at all.
Today. I did get them today and looked through them.
Well, I think now you all know how we felt the last 2 years.
We're not talking about how you felt.
Every ordinance, there was a person who had their name on it, and they said, yes, I did that.
Right. Okay,
When was that
Let's-
ordinance drawn up, Tony?
let's move on.
Good question.
The next person up to talk is Mitzi Bowman.
Well, I have one of those, I wanna talk about one of those ordinances, so should we keep it until then or not?
I guess we can, in the discussion period, you're allowed to talk about them, so we can do it that way if that's how you want to do it. Before we do move on, I do have several other pieces of paper up here, letters that were written that people want included in the record for all these ordinances, comments about them. So we will add those to the file, and I also have a statement to read about these ordinances, but I'll wait till the end of the ordinances to do that. Okay, Mitzi, when we do discussions, you're more than welcome to talk about them. Okay, old business.
Mr. Mayor, did you want me to speak on the letter I wrote?
You can if you want to. I'm sorry, wasn't sure you wanted to. Come on up.
Part of it is to do with the ordinances as well.
All right, come on up.
My name is Carol Spencer. I'm a resident of Horseshoe Bend and a citizen here. And I also wrote something to the mayor.
I was previously a council person and I.
Down, Carol. Can't hear you.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. I was previously a council member, and I really don't think this council is handling their obligation to the benefit of their constituent or their mayor. The Public Planning Committee reviews and makes recommendations to the town council for matters pertaining to planning, zoning, land use, and growth management. You had a group who took the oath as commissioners to do this very job as volunteers. I felt on a 2 or 3 year obligation. Due to what I consider personal vendettas with you, the mayor, and your appointment of these individuals, they are now being removed. There seems to be no justification for these actions. As a citizen of Horseshoe Bend, I am requesting written sworn statements from both the probable cause of these actions of removal. I strongly disagree with this council, will refuse to hear my voice. I strongly disagree with the removal of Eric Gretz, Gail Fuller, and Rick Broderick. I want that to be known. The council, along with the recorder treasurer, is trying to overthrow and deny any rights this mayor has. Any citizen paying attention can see that you are trying to get him to quit. This council has taken his rights to hire and fire. They have barged into his office holding an unethical private meeting. They have not allowed him to speak in committee meetings and now want to take his ability to spend money while allowing the Parks and Recreation temporary director to have more of a limit than our CEO of the city. This is totally discrimination against the mayor and absurd as of city council.
Please be
This-
quiet.
This city council needs to review the laws on holding private meetings. They are putting out budgets and ordinances without running them through any committee, and this is not public, and it is against the law. The library has been in use for several years as a place of public meetings in their meeting rooms at times when the hours were closed. Several clubs have held events and meetings there. Why is this council now taking away the children's right to a book club? Because it does not fall within the library's attendance early hours? The mayor of the city set this up. Is this why? What is the crime that has been committed? I'd like to know what the crimes are that have been committed in this library that is now causing the justification of this ordinance. Regarding 2025-10, if I remember correctly, there was a court order requiring the city to look at the delinquencies still owed by the MRID. How else would you get this information without access to Data Scout? In regard to 2025-11, this stated ordinance is just wrong. Not every committee has an odd number of votes, or even this sitting council. How do you perform a tie of 4-4? The Finance Committee was set up with all 8 council. The recorder treasurer was never to have a vote. So how do you change that tie? I would like my voice heard that I disagree with these ordinances and would like this included as a letter to you and the council. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else would like to speak?
I have one question that may not have anything to do with this meeting, and it's a simple answer. Ditches and culverts, who's responsible for those?
Chris Bigness is.
But it's the city, it's,
Public
Yes, yes, this, the city,
Public Works,
yes.
okay.
And Chris is very good at taking care of that. If you stop in and let Barb know whatever problem or issue you have, he'll-
Well, our culvert stopped up, and we're the only one on our, and it's run across the driveway and washed out the side of the road, and can't hardly get to the mailbox.
we had a ton of that happen with the last storm.
I know, that's why I was asking if it was, I'm not trying to start an argument, I just wanted to know, because I've got so many different, if it's the city or if it's the homeowner.
No,
What's your
it's-
address?
It's the city.
What's your address?
Clark.
7 Clark Lane.
Yeah, if
They've
you stop
addressed
in,
many of those all over the city. There, and again, They have to know first, because they don't see some of them, but this is good.
I didn't know who to,
Bigness, that's good.
I wasn't sure who to
The,
contact or.
the city guys drove all over trying to look for this stuff, but they had so many, literally, because we had a ton of leaves down and it rained so hard, it run a lot of that stuff into culverts, and some culverts, actually, we had a couple come right out of the ground. But yeah, if you stop at the, water department, Barb will make sure that Chris gets there and takes care of it for you. Yeah. Okay, old business, Boxhound Marina lawsuit. I think that's you.
Yeah, so,
Can you use this?
yeah. So I need some guidance from the council on what y'all want to do with this lawsuit, first of all. Second of all, before I enter my appearance in the lawsuit, I just want to remind you that, you know, I know I'm a good attorney, and I know that I'm probably, you know, worth more than what you're paying me, but there are two good attorneys that are already on this case, that are already familiar with the case. What do y'all think about contracting with them to continue the case? That makes a lot of sense to me.
I thought we were gonna get some briefing on it and, then decide what we wanted to do, like, give us an update on where.
Yeah, I don't
it's at.
think I can get those people here to talk to you unless y'all tell them y'all want them here. I haven't, I don't think, last thing they filed was they said that communication had broken down
The last
between the
meeting,
MRID.
We were on for an update, and then we were gonna discuss after the update, so we haven't heard any more since we were told we were gonna get an update on it.
Right, that's the update is, what do y'all want to do before I enter my appearance? I want to suggest that you talk with those individuals that are already on the case. Sounds to me like they're doing a good job, and, would you like me to invite them to the council meeting?
I'm not familiar with the lawsuit, I'll say that out loud.
Okay. Let's
We
let one
thought
of
it
the
was
former
dropped.
MRID people.
Not dropped.
Go ahead.
We thought, there was some people that thought it was dropped, but they said, no, it's active, we just haven't heard anything on it. You know, and it was brought up, you know, what's an update on it and stuff like that, is it,
Yeah, I'd say let's let the former MRID, one of y'all, tell us what y'all were seeking, and, you know, tell the council what you were seeking.
Ray, Bo, Pat?
or can it be talked about?
Ray's right there.
You're wanting to hold Boxhound Marina, wanting them to essentially pay for usage, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Right now, as it stands, in the past, Boxhound was only paying, for, two assessments. They weren't paying anything else for having their docks, their rental boats or anything else, and using the lake for their business. We weren't
Right, could
getting any money from them. There's been a lot of talk about a launch fee. They're paying no launch fees.
Could you step up to the mic so people out there can hear, or,
All right, if I can get up, I will.
I'm sorry, Ray.
I'm old and decrepit.
People out there can't hear you, they're watching.
Yeah.
There you go.
I get it.
Oh, fine. I'm sorry, Ray.
No, don't be sorry, it's just me. Yeah, Boxhound had been paying two assessments, and they weren't paying any money for. Easy now, easy now. Easy now. Okay, Boxhound wasn't paying anything to MRID for using the lake for their business purposes. We had entered into a contract with Crown Point. I don't recall the exact what that contract was, but we at least wanted to get an equivalent amount from Boxhound for using their business on Crown Point, on Crown Lake. That's what I know. There's been a lot of talk, I mentioned, about a launch fee. They don't pay launch fees to the city. They call it a parking fee. They collect $5 for people to park, and then they launch. We had asked them to pay tournament fees and a few other things. That's all part of the lawsuit, is just to get a fair and equitable contract with Boxhound Marina for having a business located on the lake that belongs to the property owners. And that's been a misnomer. Crown Lake is not a public lake. It is a private lake. It is owned by the property owners. It's owned by the city for the benefit of the property owners. And as such, we just wanted a fair agreement with Boxhound for them to pay something equitable to what Crown Point was paying for having their business on the lake. They refused to do so, brought a lawsuit against them, and that's where it stands. I don't know anything about it any more than that. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you, appreciate it. Welcome. Appreciate it.
Mr. Sipes, what I expected, what I thought was gonna happen is there's bound to be documentation what was submitted in the lawsuit by both sides. And that's all I wanted to see if you could retrieve the documentation so we could see what was asked for in the court.
I've called the lawyer twice, and he hasn't gotten back to me. That was
Okay.
only probably in the last over 5 days, so, maybe he needs a little more time than that.
I was just trying to clarify what my opinion was. I thought maybe you could retrieve the documentation so we could see what was entered in
I suspect I'm
court.
not gonna get a phone call back, is what I'm suspecting, is that I'm not.
What do you think
going
would precipitate a phone call back?
What?
What would we need to do as a council to precipitate a phone call back from the parties?
Oh, just maybe make a resolution that you'd like to hear from them, so I could contact them and say, I'm not just doing this to be nosy. We actually have a city council that's wanting some of this information. It could just be an oral
How about a
motion, not a
motion?
resolution.
I make a motion that we authorize Mr. Sipes, the city attorney, to obtain the written documentation from these parties so he can bring them back to council so we can see what's
Now,
been
I have to
entered.
be careful because I'm not an attorney that is listed as a party attorney, not a party, but.
You'd be
but as
just
an attorney.
representing us asking for the documentation. That would be okay, right?
Yeah, I have to be careful.
Right.
I don't think
Help
I
me get the
would be
resolution
able
right.
to do everything you would expect me to do, Brian.
Okay.
I don't think, but I can do that, yeah.
Okay. So a motion's okay to move to authorize you to try and obtain the documentation so the council could see it and know what has been entered by both sides.
Yeah, if you put it in the minutes, that'd be great.
So I need a second, Mayor.
Second.
Donnie seconded it?
Got a motion and a second.
Sean did.
Okay, roll call vote in this.
Alderman Yancey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
Yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker?
Yes.
Alderman Booth?
Abstain.
Alderman Raines?
Yes.
Alderman Vickers?
Yes.
Alderman Dawson?
Yes.
Alderman Draper?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next thing, tipping fee.
So, at Finance Committee meeting, and I think even at the council meeting before, we talked about the tipping fee and what it's about and so on. And I think what we just wanted to do is have a motion to cease it for now anyway, because it's not going to the sanitation company, it's sitting in a fund here. So rather than keep on charging people, we should at least stop it. So that was the thought and why it's on the agenda.
Do you know what it's for?
I know what it used to be for. It used to be what was charged at the dump yard or at the dump in order to tip the thing, but it's not, they're not paying it. It hasn't been paid for a while. And so we're not paying them either. So it's just sitting in it's an extra amount of fund that's going into the water department right now.
Well, if they don't pay it, are they still allowed to use the landfill?
I don't know, that's their problem,
Yes.
it's not ours.
Yes,
So-
they're still dumping it.
So,
They're not paying a tipping
But
fee?
what was happening was we had put a 25-cent charge on the bill. Then we were taking that 25 cents collectively and giving it to the garbage company, like you say, for them to take the Cherokee, pay them to dump their trucks. Okay? So I basically said that's a stupid idea. We shouldn't be paying them to dump their trucks.
So that fee has basically still been on the bill, and Barb should have it in a collective account. It should be accumulating somewhere.
Correct.
So I don't know whether you want to stop it or what you want to do with it, because you have to make money with the city somewhere. You just can't keep spending money and hope it's going to fall out of the sky. That's a 25 cents, and it doesn't sound like a lot. But the 1% bread and breakfast tax wasn't a lot. It adds up. Everything adds up. Okay, if you ever listen to one of the most intelligent men, Ben Franklin, take care of your pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. So maybe you want to think about, what do you want to do with this 25 cents? It's something that's been paid, it's something that's collected. Can you focus that money somewhere where you want it to go? That it has a value and a purpose? Because it's not something that you're charging people additional right now.
How much money is in that?
I actually don't know. Do you know how much money?
I knew at one time, I want to say $5,000 or $6,000.
Mincy, I can help with that a little bit. I was there with Kendrick when they brought this up, I think 2 contracts ago. They explained to us that they were charging it because they were having to pay it to the state. And it was supposed to go into reserve, so if something happened to the landfill, the state had a reserve fund to open a new landfill because the state's closing landfills everywhere. And then they've come back and said, no, we're not doing that with it. So, but that's how it was explained to us. And we were told to do it by them, and that's what it was, we were told it was for.
So the question, I think, and I don't know the answer to this, so it's not leading in any way, is it legal for us to take that money if we're not paying it to somebody else? Because I thought on the sanitation side of it, it's penny for penny. If I take a penny in, I gotta give it to them. We're not supposed to be making money on it, but I might be wrong. I just wanna ask the question. Mr. Sipe, do you know?
I would think you're right. I mean, sounds right to me. Sounds like common sense to me. If I was a citizen and I'd paid in for something that was just, I guess, malarkey, is that right? Basically, it's just, you know, I'd want it back.
Maybe it's something that the state will go through with.
Well, but wait a second. So you're suggesting that the city doesn't have any right to make any money? To charge money?
Not on garbage.
Not without justification, you had a
I'm just
fee
saying,
going to a fee.
if I was a taxpayer out there and I'd paid in money and I'd wrongfully paid it in, I'd want it back. Who wouldn't?
It's still part of your trash bill regardless.
Okay, but I don't know if it
Even
was
if it
wrong,
doesn't.
I don't know if it was necessarily wrongfully paid in. It was paid to the company, and originally they were paying that fee, right? Like you're saying, they did pay it to the state.
That's what our best understanding was.
Right,
It was
and then-
state mandated that every,
And then there was a question at one point that they had asked us whether we were paying it to the state. And when we researched that, the state basically said, no, we don't want this money. So where it changed, I don't know if anybody knew, because it really was going through the garbage pickup. So I don't think anybody was aware of it. And yeah, it's 25 cents.
Could we at least maybe take it
So-
off and not charge anymore for if it's just, I know it's not a lot of money, but, I mean, if it's,
or pay it.
We know facts, right?
You
We
can
know
do
when
that,
it-
or you
we
can
know
put
when
it in a
stopped being
fund and have it as a reserve if you need money to do something. I mean, our streets
take
aren't
it.
funded, our sewer system isn't funded. I mean,
I was fixing to say, just like you mentioned, streets, we used to get a percentage back from the trash for them picking it up, franchise fee.
right,
For
used to get a
trucks tearing up
franchise
their
fee.
road. We made them get smaller trucks and they paid us a franchise fee to help take care of the roads that their trucks tear up. And we lost that on this contract.
Yeah, you're not getting
So,
$4
We
per,
lost,
per
what,
resident as a franchise
$60,000
fee.
a year that the street department would use to buy gravel and coal mix to fix potholes. It's no longer gonna exist.
Maybe we should table it for 30 days till the next meeting, and people should think about what you really want to do with it. I mean, you can always give it back, but if you give that money back, you're going to have a lot harder getting it in the future. And it is 25 cents. But it will add up to be money. You're going to need money at some point. I hate to tell you. You're not going to be able to keep spending this kind of money without coming up with an income to bring it in. That's just simple mathematics, folks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I know it sounds very small, but
CD or something if it's just sitting there?
It's only been sitting there for just a
Since last October, maybe?
Yeah, no, it was probably last year or something that we found out we didn't actually have to keep paying that. So, and again, that's something.
during the last contract.
That's something that, again, people might want to take the time to think about it. I mean, but, hey, do what you want, it's your quarter, spend
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I agree with Donnie. I think if it's
Telling you,
legal,
you
move
lost
it.
$60,000 a year, and our small little dump truck, a load of cold mix to fix a pothole cost $1,000. Well, that was last year.
The problem I see, it was a pass-through. We collected it and paid right out, never kept it. Now we're trying to keep it
Or we
without
can pay
it being,
back to them and make them give it back to us.
without paying it to anyone. And the problem with that is, you're taxing them, I know it's 25 cents, but still, you're taxing them without any vote on it, without any way. At first, it was passed through. We were required, therefore we put it on their bill. But now that has stopped, we're not required. If we continue to take it, you gotta vote on it or something. You can't just levy it, even though it's only 25 cents, it's you're levying a tax.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just asking you to take a couple of days and think about what you're doing, because sooner or later, you're gonna have to come up with the money you're spending.
Been thinking about it for 30 days, and it just made no sense not
I
to
have
just
to
give it
go
back.
with Brian on this. I have to, y'all. What's negotiable about this?
It's a pass-through, and it went away,
Is
so you
it
gotta give it back.
negotiable? I mean, who thinks this is negotiable? It's not.
Did not know, because the contract was coming up, but there was a problem, they weren't taking the money. And then when we found the contract that it wasn't continued, well, now we know that it's a problem. You know, at first, we were unaware, because there was a contract dangling from us, we didn't know if that was in part of the negotiation. But then when we got through negotiation, there was no more tipping fee. There was no doubt anymore, that's why I've been thinking about it longer than 30 days, Mr. Delaire, I have.
Because we was gonna try to get Kendrick up here to explain it to us.
He said there is no more, right? That's what the reply was.
He hasn't explained that to us.
Well, let's take it off. I mean,
Well, it's off.
It's
Now all you have to do
already
is-
off.
All you have to do is give it back to the people.
The issue is the money that y'all have got. Some of you, I think, are wanting to keep that money, and that's just not something you can do.
I say we let the water department that does the garbage billing calculate what that is and apply it to the bill. It'll be one-time application. You should be able to done one time. Now they got all their 25 cents that we collected since, last October, until we quit. And then this tipping fee is settled and gone away.
What if the people who are paying the tipping fee are renters?
That's where it goes. It goes to people that are paying the bill. It doesn't go to property owners. It's the person that has the water bill, the trash
Go
bill.
back as long, like I have only been here a year, so you would only go back a year on me. So you'd have to look up everybody and see when they started getting.
It's a calculation. Again, it's putting a burden on Barb. I know it is. But it's there, and the only just thing I see is it needs to go back. And if, there may be people that have, okay, what is it? Let's say there's 8 months. Well, 4 months may need to go to one person, 4 months go to the other person, because that particular meter had 2 different people on it during that time. I understand what you're saying.
A lot of turnover, a lot of people move.
But we can
It's a
only go
mess.
back as far as they weren't accepting it.
Right, and I think it's like October.
Exactly, Donnie. I agree 100%. That's it.
Because otherwise, that's on the trash.
Right. I make a motion, we do that? I need to spell that out, or?
Who's the second?
Yeah, you gotta spell out, you make a motion to do what? To give the money back.
I make a motion that we calculate who is in charge of those meters during this time period where it should not been collected, and we refund that toward the bill.
It's not been spent, they just said it was in an account.
Once or Waste Management said, no, we don't want this anymore, and while it's
Okay,
still on the
but
bill,
since then-
it's been put up, it's not been touched.
All right, so we have a motion to to return the money to whoever paid that money in that's been an active trash person from now till when we had stopped it. Do we have a second on that?
I second.
Sean seconds it. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say same. The money gets returned. Okay. New business. Approval of 5,000 for pods on Crown Lake.
So that's a continuation from Finance Committee. That was a joint effort between the Crown Lake Property Owners Association and Parks and Rec to put 2 pods in. These are bacterial type things that go in the water, and they actually help bring sediment down from the bottom of the water, and they're trying it over, I think they call it Lily Pad Bay, because that's where it's particularly bad. It's very shallow, a lot of silt. So other places it has worked really, really well, and so we want to try it here, and it's basically only asking for half investment from the Parks and Recreation.
I make a motion, we take that 5,000 from Parks and Recreation's budget and give it to them to match what they're doing.
When we designated the budget, we actually had budget for 2, so we're actually saving money by doing it, if that makes any sense to anybody.
I'll second that.
There a second?
Tony?
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Approved.
And if this works, we're gonna try to do more of this to.
Correct.
Okay.
We'll own them, so they'll just be.
And once you own the pods, you can refresh them, right? So it's not like you buy them twice, but you do have to put new bacteria in them.
Okay.
Okay, Pro Shop stocking,
Is there a question?
What's this Crown Lake Association? I live on the lake and I don't belong to it.
It's not required, but you can if you want to, if you live on Crown Lake. And everybody who lives on it is welcome to join if they want to. It's not a requirement. It has no, it's just a benevolent organization of people that live on the lake. Yeah, it's your neighbors, it's, so. So if you're interested, talk to me afterwards.
Lila?
You're spending this money on Crown Lake, but Diamond Lake has problems with their sediment also. Our tubes have been blocked, and that lake has been high for the last 8 months. And we have a real issue going on there with that lake not draining properly because of the sediment blocking those tubes or whatever is blocking those tubes. And like I said, it's been going on for at least 8 months, and it's happened last year. And it's been just a continuing issue with our lake.
It's like an experiment to see how it goes. 'Cause we're a pioneer.
And if there's something like that, I would talk to Dan
And why
Robinson.
is money always spent on Crown when these other lakes also have issues? And we need these resolved also.
Talk to your Parks and Recs director and explain that to him, because that being the city now, the city has a good sized track over
Right.
it. They could reach out there and clean that real easy.
Yeah, that's a good question. You just said that the city owns the lake, so is the city a public entity?
I said the city owns the equipment,
Or the city?
Park and Recs.
So who owns the lakes right now?
The
Property
city,
owners?
the city owns the
And
lakes.
is the city a public entity owned by the people?
Yes,
Okay, so the lakes are public.
yes. And Fish and Game sees them as public too, because those lakes are fed by water that goes over land. So they control that.
They have to clear that to game and fish too, don't they?
What?
They have to clear any changes to the lakes to game and fish, right?
Yes. Okay. Where are we at with what? Okay, anybody else? Okay. Spartan mower, lawnmower recommendations and approval.
Dan, do you have an update on the Spartan?
It's gonna be under $5,000, so I don't.
Okay.
Okay. Pro Shop stocking apparel.
Approval. So that was also pushed forward from Finance Committee. I think the request was to increase the amount of Pro Shop stock. I think it was budgeted was $4,000, and the request was to go to 11,000, I think. So I just put them on the agenda, folks.
Who's gonna be in charge of this stock? Is it Dan or
Ultimately, Dan, yes.
somebody that he's appointed to be the pro shop manager or what?
Yeah, I mean, I know that $4,000 ain't enough, and I think we, at finance committee, we're talking about adding 11, so we have 15 total.
Can you come to the microphone?
So we're gonna spend $11,000 just to put stuff in the pro shop for people to buy.
No, if you approve the 11,000, it'd be 15 total.
So there'll be 15,000 spent to stock the pro shop of what people are gonna buy.
Correct.
And what items are those gonna be?
Well, I mean, we have zero merchandise in it whatsoever. So we want to get hats, shirts, clubs, balls. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff we got to put in there. Right now,
A small course like ours, do we really need clubs? I mean, a lot of people go other places where they're cheaper, and
I mean, we should have a set available to sell, and then we should also have sets available to rent. We don't have that either, right? We're in the process of working with 3 different vendors right now, and but you know, we can't really, you know, the bigger companies, you have to have a bigger purchase order. So we can't even negotiate with them at this point in time because we don't have enough money. I think the purchase orders for some of them are like 7,500 minimum. Yep. There was no inventory there. That's a good question.
The inventory belonged to Josh. Yes. Yes, he did actually own that stuff. But the problem Charlie had is he didn't pay for that stuff. So getting the companies to actually trust us, they didn't want anything but cash up front. That's a big problem. Because there's still outstanding bills on a lot of those clubs and stuff. A lot of those fancy clubs are not gonna sell here. Okay, we don't have professional golfers coming in here buying those kind of clubs.
Well, at this point in time, we're short on driving range balls. So we gotta do something.
Who are the vendors?
Like I said, we're in the process of working with them still.
You don't know the names?
Yes, we know the names, but I'm not gonna discuss it right now. Yeah.
Are we getting the best deal? How do we know?
Yes, we're gonna, I mean, once we find out what our funding source is, then we're gonna, you know, we're gonna reach out to them. We're gonna get the best quote that we can get from 3 to 4 different vendors.
So you can't tell the public who the vendors are we're paying for?
No, because it would be a misstatement, so I don't wanna do that right now. Once we get a funding source of what we're gonna be able to purchase.
Why do you need 15,000 if you don't agree on any of them yet?
Well, I mean, $4,000, what's that gonna do? And there's vendors out there that won't even talk to us right now, cause we only have $4,000. So.
Are you gonna buy from Josh?
From who?
Josh?
No. Josh is not a vendor. So I don't know where you guys are getting that information from.
Is there a way to stock this gradually, like a little bit at a time? Instead of just spending $15,000?
He's saying the minimum on some is 7,500. I don't know if that's the minimum on all of them. Some may have a minimum of 10,000. I don't think he's planning on spending 15,000. He wants to be able to.
Okay, but what he's talking about
Lenient.
originally is what people really will buy. T-shirts and mugs and hats and
Right.
Sleeves of
and
balls.
stuff that people will actually buy.
And the big issue that we have right now is we have nothing for our children. You know, the golf course right now is designed, you know, the way the pro shop has been done, it's just for the adults, and we've got to change that. We've got to get some kids clubs in there. We got to get kids up there. We got to promote children up there. We have nothing for them right now, and we need to change that. We are doing that. Kids tournament. It's coming up.
Yeah, why can't you fund the pro shop with a tournament? instead of spending the money.
Fundraiser to, start a business.
Go ahead,
It's not
Raul.
starting a business, it's donating money, just like the Eagles are gonna try to do to pay for the money that they've got. It's a way of raising money that could be used without taking it out of the budget.
The Eagles is also a nonprofit organization.
Okay, but if we can get donations, if you can do a tournament and people participate in it, and then we take that money, you don't have to take it out of the budget or spend the money that you have.
Raul?
Because I think there's a lot of people that want a cap on this golf course. This is not gonna be MRID, and we're not gonna spend $800,000 on a golf course that 100 people play on it. No. What, Raul?
So, not so sure everybody understands the process, but you need the money up front to get the stuff in. As you sell it, you get all that money back, plus.
Yeah, you have the merchandise still. I mean, you have.
right.
You need the money up front to get the merchandise in order to provide for the golfers to be there. If you have a pro shop with nothing in it, golfers aren't gonna come to the golf course. You don't have a sleeve of balls and they need balls, they're gonna say, well, I'm gone, and they're not gonna come back.
Right, and
So you need a pro shop, you need money up front to put in the pro shop what the golfers need. That will bring the revenue back to compensate for it.
right, but it's not gonna hurt. If you can do a tournament and raise the money instead of pulling that out of your budget, why wouldn't you do that?
You know, maybe if we didn't buy a hot dog maker without the health
You know?
department's approval, or an ice maker without
We're
even
not
water
talking-
lines
we're
to
not
it.
talking about a
But
hot
that's
dog
$1,000
maker here.
that was wasted.
We're not talking
coulda
about
used the
a hot
$1,000
dog
to done the
maker
pro
right
shop.
here. We're talking about balls and hats and coffee cups to
Exactly.
start stocking the golf course.
And I agree with that.
Chris?
So we're just gonna set a cap, and we just want 100 people, we don't wanna try to draw more people to the golf course.
No, you wanna try to,
There's just 100 people there, so why are we investing, and we just have 100 people there? To me, you wanna get the golf course in shape, and you wanna draw more people there. And then if you draw more people, I've been there before, you have tournaments, like a 2-day tournament, and there's a lot of money for a 2-day tournament. I've watched guys come in there and buy brand new drivers, they buy clubs, I've sit there, I've sold them $500 drivers, stuff like that. But I'm saying, and the balls, the gloves, you gotta have this stuff for growth, and like he said, the money's gonna come in, so then you can, if you have to, we'll pay you guys back, you know.
Hey, Dan.
we're having to get money to put stock in there.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know, there's a lot of people that do yard sales here, right? So you wake up Saturday morning, you want to do some yard sales, and you drive around and you look at this one yard sale and they got like 3 items out there, you're not going to get out of the car and go buy anything. I mean, it's just not going to happen. We can't have an empty pro shop. We're setting ourselves up for failure. If we purchase the merchandise, we still have the value of the merchandise.
And make profit on the merchandise.
Exactly.
So what's the number you need? Is it 15 what you need, or is there?
I mean, I had recommendations for at 20. Everyone was telling me 20, and I said 15. We already had $4,000 budgeted for it. I mean,
David, I didn't hear your comment. What did you say?
I said, if you can't sell it if you don't have it.
Gail?
Okay, so if you get the money to fund the pro shop, will you, when you get money back in, that'll go back into Parks and Recs and then you'll spend that money someplace else? Or are you gonna put that back into Parks and Recs and it doesn't go to the golf course?
well, that money, all the money we were making is going to the city. So,
Well, but
and then we have a budget.
What we're making is going for Crown Lake and the golf course.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
No,
bottom line.
that's a misconception, guys. We're trying to do.
Misconception, it's a fact.
I mean, we just spent $5,000 on biopods. Our budget for the lakes,
For Crown Lake, which is what I just
and
said.
then we're gonna do steps for Diamond Lake and Pioneer. We're gonna do a bunch of that stuff.
Say we're gonna do those places later.
We just got here. We just started this.
Yeah.
This is a new thing that we're trying to build and not be held down by you.
Start out with like Diamond Lake instead of Crown Lake.
I mean, hold up.
Okay,
Because
folks,
Crown
No,
Lake
no, you're-
donated 5,000,
No.
and they asked.
So let me ask you this. No, I got it. So no, And that's a legitimate question. I'm gonna answer your question real quick.
Mr. Dan,
Okay.
you could mention the
I'm
work
going
that
to
was
right
done
now.
on.
I'm going to. So Diamond Lake, we just put in a boat launch. And Pioneer Lake, we just stocked 5,000. We're putting 5,000 shiners in Pioneer Lake.
Yeah, boating and fishing did
No,
that.
no, boating and fishing and us, we contributed 50-50, just like the biopads for Crown Lake. Same exact thing you're talking about, 50-50.
So it's not such a fact, is it?
Yeah, so we're, my,
Yes, they are.
and so are we then, because we're doing 50-50. Okay, well,
It was
Well-
done.
we're working
Can
on
I-
all the lakes at the same time.
Can I bring us back to what we're talking about, and that was stocking the pro shop? And
Take a breath.
you were at 4,000, then you went to 11,000, then you said you had another 5,000, so now you're gonna spend 15,000 to stock
It's
the pro
11
shop?
plus 4. Like you said a while ago, it's simple arithmetic. 11 plus 4 is 15.
I misspoke, I'm sorry.
Okay,
We don't, because we can't make a minimum order until we have at least a certain amount.
So he can, because they won't talk to him.
Why is he claiming that it's $15,000? Quote or something. Yeah, something, who the vendors are. You guys send them a blank check or a man who's gonna show you who the vendors are, what he's buying.
I make a motion, we
Well,
amend Parks and Recreation budget from 4,000 to 11,000 for the pro shop expenditures.
so maybe the thing to do here, or the prudent thing to do then is, Dan, you should make a list of exactly what you're buying. How many balls are you buying? How many hats are we buying? How many coffee cups are we buying? This isn't MRID anymore. The people own this golf course. Even the people that don't play golf own this golf course. And they want to know what money's being spent and where that money's going. And that's not wrong.
There's 13,822 people
So,
that own the golf course.
I think that basically you should produce what you're going to buy. You can make us a list anyways. I don't care who you buy it from, but then at least the people know, are they putting $3,000 in range balls that they know is going to get sold, or are they putting $3,000 in a $5,000 putter that somebody may not even buy? I mean, it's going to look nice there, but. Well, I'm just using an example here, and the best thing for you to do is then put it in writing so that people can see, and then the people can't complain about it. That's transparency.
Mayor, there's a motion on the floor I made. I made a motion.
Kinda like the ice maker
Okay?
and hot dog maker, right?
What's the motion?
The motion I made, that we amend Parks and Rec's budget item for the pro shop from 4,000 up to 15,000. If you want to add to that, we'll say, once he has it negotiated, because until he has funds to do negotiation, he doesn't know how he's going to divide this up between caps and shirts and balls and everything else. He has to be able to open the door to even get these guys to talk to him. You're asking him to do something when he doesn't even have a way to negotiate yet, because their minimum is 7,500 and he only has 4,000. No, you don't have to write all that in there.
I didn't.
Thank you.
It's hard to get the quote. when
He
they
can't get the
don't talk
quote
to
because
you.
they won't talk to him.
They won't give us pricing. They won't give us pricing.
That with the last election. We spent our money. You cost us a lot of money. Come on.
Somebody needs to stop this argument. Okay, folks, wait a second. So, we do have a motion. He wants to,
Amend Parks and Recreation's budget for the pro shop from 4,000 to 15,000,
To
which is an
$15,000.
$11,000 increase for them. And upon getting this negotiated, I say this also should include, Dan will bring back to the council the proposals of spending off this line item. Doesn't that cover
Maybe y'all-
both sides?
I just want to say something, Brian.
Just trying to help.
Bill, you probably need to, your treasurer, do you know where to bring the money from to put in that line item?
Park and
I was gonna
Recreation.
address that. We have $85,000 on that insurance claim for the golf cart, or the shed. We're only gonna use about 10, maybe 15 at most. So
I
we're gonna
think
have the
that-
rest of that money, I mean, we could put it in there so it doesn't hurt the city.
Is it already in a line item, that money he's talking about?
No, it's not.
No, we are
Okay.
fixing the building.
It's not. It was a,
No, we are fixing the building.
All right, so before you jump on this insurance thing, I want this out so the public knows it too. Because Charlie's an insurance adjuster, and I wish he was here tonight. And I haven't seen what the insurance is actually paying for that building, but I can tell you what I was told. If you don't reproduce that building, all 200 feet of it, you will lose the money on that building. Because the depreciation, you're not gonna get back.
you won't get the
Okay?
depreciation, but you get the rest.
Okay, but the depreciation, that is an older building. Right now, the insurance company will reproduce all 200 feet of that building, brand new. Okay, they've condemned the whole building. So you will get a brand new 200-foot building. Do you know what's gonna cost if you had to build that? Now, the idea that you can split it in two, I don't even know where that came from, because it doesn't even make sense to me. If you wanna split it in two, then put a wall up in the middle and split it in two. But you still have a 200-foot building that you could use for a shooting range or an archery range or a number of other things that you could use. You can use it for whatever you want to use it for. Do you know what it costs to build a 200-foot building? The insurance company is going to cover that.
Yeah,
Okay?
It's not much more.
Brand
It
new.
didn't depreciate it very much because it has a new roof.
I want to see the price of exactly what we're losing by splitting this. And I also haven't seen a letter for Circle Point's $5,000. Circle Point, the computer, you were going to get a letter that was going to guarantee they kept that 5,000? Center Point, there you go.
I told you what they said. I can give you the email.
I need a letter that says they will honor 5,000 3 years from now.
It's
That's what you said
4,500.
you were going to get.
4,500.
Okay, 4,500. But moving on, I think people better think about before you spend that insurance money and blow that building. Because the public should decide whether they want that 200-foot building. That shouldn't be 8 people decide here whether you want it or not. That's a huge loss, and I want to see the numbers before it's spent. Yes.
I believe I heard somebody say they won't talk to him for less than 75. Then why give him 15, make it 8?
Because there's some people that won't talk unless it's 10,000. You want competitive bids.
Said he wouldn't, there wasn't no 8.
The bottom one was 7,500. That's what he said. The bottom one was 7,500.
Well, talk to them.
But you need competitive bids.
Here, Mr. Mayor, here's, excuse me for a second. I've dealt with this before. I've dealt with this before. You've got companies like Nike, Bridgestone, Titleist.
Go to the mic, please.
Can you make it over here, Ray? Just click that on. Sorry.
I talk pretty loud anyway, but, and I've dealt with this before. There are companies, again, like Nike, Bridgestone, Titleist, the people who deal in golf apparel, equipment. They will come and work with you, but they need guaranteed minimum orders, and I think that's where we are with some of these things.
Exactly.
Like, a Nike won't even come in and talk to you sometimes unless you can guarantee them that you're gonna stock $10,000 to $15,000 worth of their merchandise. Okay, the same thing with Bridgestone. Now, you can go out over the counter and buy, you can go to Sam's Club and buy some things, or you can go to Dunham Sports and buy some things, okay? But you're gonna pay more than what you would deal directly with the manufacturers. But again, the manufacturers want guarantees that you're gonna stock X amount of their merchandise. And I think that's the holdup here with Danny. He can't tell them that. You can't guarantee anything. It's difficult in dealing with public monies. It's hard to guarantee anything with public monies. But this is kind of a strange deal in dealing with the suppliers who deal in pro shops. They need guarantees that you're gonna stock X amount of their items. So doing it ahead of time is almost impossible. So now you go back to negotiate with these people, and that's when you get your negotiation, and you come up with what you're going to actually stock. But they're gonna ask you up front, how much money do you have to spend? And the more money you have, the deeper discount you get from them. Does that make sense? Okay, so.
And the
That's-
city owns this, so every receipt's gonna come through the mayor's office, correct?
Okay, but,
Oh, yes, your vendor's gonna be Titleist, I'm sorry, they're gonna be Titleist, they're gonna be Nike, I don't know whoever.
No, I'm saying,
Bridgestone?
who was the vendors that were being used before possibly?
Oh, I have no idea.
yeah, probably some of the ones that he's saying,
I know-
actually.
Yeah, I think Ray could look into that. Okay. Will that kind of answer some of the questions on that?
Yes, thank you, Ray.
Mayor, did they say that they were gonna pay for the merchandise with insurance claim money? Is that what they said?
Well, that was something that was said at the last meeting, that they would use some of the insurance money to stock the pro shop. I don't think we should do that, and I think y'all want to think about that till I get the actual figures of what we lose if we don't replace that building, because the insurance company will not pay you the full price the moment you cut that building in two or you don't replace it. And that's a 200-foot building. That's a very expensive building to build. And thank God they did the whole building, okay?
The
I don't
check
know.
was $85,000. There's a few other things getting added onto that yet, but the question is really, what are we gonna do with a 200-foot building? They're not using it now. It was used for carts a long time ago. It's not used for that anymore.
Okay, but it's a brand-new building that the city then can use for whatever it wants. And if you want to cut it in two, then put a damn wall in the middle. And that's going to cost you maybe $150. So,
I have a motion, and the motion says that the money is gonna come from Parks and Recreation budget line item that's dedicated to the pro shop, raising it to 15,000. Nothing to do with insurance.
okay,
But where's
my
that
motion.
money coming from?
it's coming from
From
Parks and
Parks
Rec.
Recreation budget. All money that comes in Park Recreation has to stay in Park Recreation, and the pro shop is part of Park Recreation. Therefore, I'm taking that budget and making a line item for pro shop, which was set at 4,000 on his budget, raising it to 15,000, which is 11,000 increase. That's what my motion said.
This is coming in from the fees and things like that?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's, it,
The profit that comes off the selling this merchandise goes back into Parks and Recreation?
Correct.
yes.
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 And it really
It has
actually
to. It
should
can't go
stay
anywhere
back
else.
in the pro shop to replenish the pro shop.
Yes.
Business-wise, that's what you would do.
And your profit, or if you wanna buy more, put it all towards it, but at least your money should keep restocking it. And your profit can go back in your,
If you up it to 15,000, when they sell this, does it stay at the golf course or does it go back into Parks and Recreation?
it would keep stocking it, just like you go to Walmart and buy a bag of chips, they're gonna buy another bag of chips.
This ain't gonna be a every month deal where you.
No. Right, cause it's empty, you gotta stock it to begin with, and then, like I said, he'll have an invoice for everything he's bought. They'll have sales receipts for everything sold. It all go in front of the mayor, I'm assuming would have to sign the check for the invoice of the material bought.
The structure of Parks and Rec was set up with the money from the golf course plus the money from the tax revenue to fund the golf course. And it should be around 400,000, and we should give them a $50,000 slush fund, and that's it. We should not be spending $800,000 on a golf course in Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas. This is not Pebble Beach. This is not Augusta. Okay? There's no professional golfers coming in here having some multi-million-dollar tournament. We need a good course. There's no doubt about it, and people should be allowed to do that. But to spend the whole Parks and Rec budget going into this, no, it's going to the lakes, and it's got to go to a lot of other things. And you, the people, have the right to direct that money.
I call a question.
So, yes, we need to take a vote on it, but everybody agrees that Dan's going to provide us with an actual breakdown of where he's spending that money.
That's in the motion.
Okay, it's in the motion. And we have a second, okay? We have a second.
David Vickers seconded, yes.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Alderman Yancey.
Yes.
Alderman Miller.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker.
Yes.
Alderman Booth.
Yes.
Alderman Raines.
Yes.
Alderman Vickers.
Yes.
Alderman Dawson.
Yes.
Alderman Draper.
Okay. You have your 15. Show us where you're spending it. Okay, Veterans Park
approval to use park fund money.
There's $1,824 that says Park Fund. It's actually Veterans Park Fund.
It does say Veterans Park Fund.
In the budget that we just read, it just says Parks Fund, but it needs to say Veterans. And as such, I think we need to release those to the veterans as they bring and submit bills to the recorder treasurer. Should be covered by that $1,824 for improvements to Veterans Park. Sounds reasonable?
It sounds reasonable. The only question I'll ask, because I'm foolish enough to ask it, I don't mind you spending and fixing up Veterans Park. And the veterans will put money in there too to fix up Veterans Park.
They've already put thousands.
But what way are you gonna come to replenish that money? Because when I've spent money, I've tried to replace it. So it's not a problem with space in it, but.
We raised that money by donations, and
Right.
that was left over from when we built a pavilion that cost the city absolutely nothing at Fisherman's Park, from us volunteers having fish
Right.
fries and everything. And then, unfortunately, Ernie died, and Ernie loved to do fish fries. So we kind of stopped that fundraiser, and that we had the money left. We dedicated it to Veterans Park, and that's where it was left. And now Veterans Park's people that were working on it asked for the money to do some updates to Veterans Park. So what we're asking is to release that money to them as they bring it in.
And we can do that now. The problem before was, we didn't own Veterans Park. It was owned by MRID. And technically, you weren't supposed to spend the city money on it. So that was always.
Technically, I don't believe the money should have ever come to the city. It's my opinion.
Well, that was a mistake with the money that Mark Semino had donated, but it got put in the city thing. And then, of course, we had to jump through hoops to try to get it out. I'm not asking about problem spending the money. I'm a veteran, spend the money. I just don't want to see that account depleted where it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, if we're gonna spend it, then at what point do we want to say, wait a second, let's not spend it below 500, and then now let's do something for the city, a fundraiser, a fish fry, whatever, start building that money back up again. Because I don't like to see any account depleted. Okay, we
I
didn't
say if
deplete
you wanna-
any accounts.
If you want to maintain the line item, I don't have a problem maintaining line item. But I say the veterans, it was given to the veterans for Veterans Park. They can spend $1,824.13, whatever it is. And if you want to do other things to replenish that fund, fantastic. But veterans ought to have that. There's been thousands and thousands of dollars spent by veterans out there. That flag arrangement that's so beautiful out there, there was 30 some odd veterans out there working on that day, putting that array up. I think it's fantastic. The painting of the pavilion, buying the paint and all the labor went into it. That's veterans.
Nobody's arguing this stuff, so.
No, what I'm getting at,
I'm just saying,
thousands of
if you're
dollars have been
gonna
spent.
spend money, please think about how do we replenish it so that we always have a veterans account, okay? And do we want to keep it, spend it down to 500? I mean, this is basic math and how you live your own life, right? Do you blow your whole banking account? Don't you keep a reserve there? Don't you think about how we will add money to that? That's all I'm saying. Don't turn this into, I don't want to spend the money. Spend the money. But if you deplete the account down to nothing, then what are you going to do with that? Carol?
I just wanted to know, has the bathroom there been repaired after the vandalism?
fixtures have been bought. Fixtures have been bought for the bathrooms. They haven't been installed yet. There are lights, the power, when they did the roof, there was a weatherhead that supplied electric to those bathrooms. They took the weatherhead down, so there's no electricity in the bathrooms there currently. And I believe that Dan's looking at getting solar-powered lights for the bathroom, so when you step into the bathroom, they come on no matter whether it's day or night. Instead of trying to run the power back, I think that's a good idea. One, it's LED lighting, and two, it's solar-powered. That's progressive. That's a good thing to do. And to do both bathrooms, it's only less than $48 for two fixtures, one for each bathroom. And it's got a solar panel on the outside that'll go through the vent and have the light inside that when you step in the bathroom, it comes on whether day or night.
However, I had understood that they busted the countertops,
all that has been bought, but it has not been reinstalled because they're trying, they want it to be lit up and start there first before you place the fixtures. My understanding, veterans have bought the fixtures, but they haven't been installed yet. Again, that's what I've been told. I haven't seen them.
I feel that the Parks and Recreation Department should have at least one individual that could open them in the morning and shut them at night at like 5 o'clock or whatever time it is to go home.
They'll have to build better doors because they used to do that, and there's a gap like this big above those great metal grate doors, and they were climbing over them.
Kids climb over.
Well, anyway,
But yes, I agree, they should be locked up.
vandalism and the fact that they're never open,
Right.
there's no point in having them if they're just gonna be.
That's what we talked about one time, trying to get like prison commodes and
Right.
you know, because,
All metal.
you know, these stuff.
The veterans redid the basketball courts out there. How many knew there was a basketball court? I knew it was out there. But it was grown out over halfway over the concrete. Veterans cleaned that all the way back and made the court visible again. They put 2 goals up there. One of them was on the pole, the original pole. One was set with a brand new acrylic. They've busted it already.
Brian,
Somebody come out there and busted it.
I'd like to go ahead and add to your motion that we save $100 in it, so we have a line item, so we have something to look forward to, and release
fine with me.
the
Yeah, let's,
That's fine with me.
$1,723.86 or whatever it was.
okay, so
to
refer,
them. As they bring in receipts, we'll reimburse, correct?
Right.
A question for the city attorney, brass side, all this money being allocated, doesn't the city council have to have like a resolution so we know where the $15,000 is exactly coming from? And an acknowledgement, resolution that this account is going to be completed with this amount? Because the minutes, even though.
I think the recorder treasurer will prepare an ordinance, or I will, we'll get together between now and the next meeting and have all that. So, yeah, you're right. That'll have to be done, yes.
okay, so back to the Veterans Park. So we have a motion that the Veterans Park money be turned over to the veterans to use on the park with the suggestion we not draw below $100 to keep the line item open. And at that point, we try to replenish the funds, however we do it, whether it's a fundraiser.
Gives them a available balance of $1,724. That leaves $100 in. It's $1,824.
I was saying it was 1823.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second? Brian made the motion.
I'll say it.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say same. The motion passes. Okay, second sheet, new business. Approval of invoice for sprinkler heads.
Dan, are you here? So this was an invoice that went over the $5,000 limit, and the mayor properly red flagged it, whatever. It was under 5 before tax, but after tax, it was barely over 5,000. So it was for sprinkler heads that had been damaged. My understanding is somebody turned the water off on the sprinklers, and when they turned the water back on, it had so much, what do you call it? A slug of air going through the pipes and blew the sprinkler heads, and so they basically had to get them, or greens were gonna die. So, but it did slightly go over the 5,000, so basically we're looking for the council to approve that expenditure so we can pay the bill.
You got a little show and tell.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh, okay, that's good. I didn't know that.
This is an old 900. My name's Alan Bathrick. I'm the interim greenskeeper at Turkey Mountain. This is an old 900 Rainbird head for a fairway sprinkler. This thing will shoot over there to the other corner of that building. You order one of these brand new from Rainbird, and it's $610 for one of them. We buy them in bulk. We're able to get them for $274. We've got approximately 800 sprinkler heads on this golf course. I've got 60 that are hunter heads that are obsolete. They cannot be repaired. We're just waiting for them to go out over time. Then I have to replace them with one of these. So I'm just trying to give you an understanding of what we're dealing with, the cost, and let the people know.
How many did you start with?
How many did I start with that we bought?
How many were on hand when you took over as?
Zero new ones. Zero new ones. 27 of them were cannibalized, and I had 5 left that we haven't cannibalized, but we have since taken parts off of them.
How many got ruined with the water hammer situation?
Probably 4. The water hammer situation was more plumbing issues. That system's not designed to be shut down in the wintertime. Well, it's designed to go through the winter without being shut down. So when we fired up 125 pounds of water pressure back up on the system, on the empty lines, we water hammered a lot of fittings apart.
How
So
many do you got on stock now, on the shelf?
new ones,
Yes.
I have 8 fairway heads. Now, these were what we bought. We've already used 3. We've already used 3 green sprinklers, and we've used 4 fairway heads. We ordered 8 and 8.
We got 5, 4.
5 and 4.
Yeah,
5 and 4, yes. So, that's about all there is to it. This assembly right here, if it goes out, Rainbirds, you can replace this stuff. The Hunters, you cannot. This snap ring, when it goes off and wears out over time, and this snap ring breaks, 125 pounds of water pressure, good luck finding that. Like a Roman candle. You gotta go out there and search for pieces and parts. So, just that controller switch is $150 to get replacements. So, I just tried to give you an idea of the cost of what we're dealing with here. Is that all? Any questions? One more issue. My salary is $35,360, folks. I didn't get a pay raise. I took a pay decrease. I love the golf course, and that's what I'm here for. So, thank you.
So
All right,
basically,
so-
we just need a motion to approve the
Well,
pay
wait a
deal.
second, because I want to correct the idea that I didn't approve it because of the money value. The money value didn't have anything to do with it. I refused to sign the check because the bill was written to MRID. Okay, it wasn't written to Parks and Rec. And I asked Victoria about it. She said they were having problems changing these accounts over. You've got to change these accounts over. You can't write checks to MRID stuff. MRID is closed. The banking accounts are closed. The facilities technically are closed. It's gone. So that was the issue. The issue was you gave me a bill that said MRID, and I said you need to correct the bill, and then I'd sign it and we'd do it. Okay, now I know it's a pain in the butt, but I'm supposed to read these checks. That's why I sign these checks. And when it's going to a bill in a company name that doesn't exist anymore, that's not a good thing to do. So give me a bill that says Parks and Rec, and I'll sign it. And you don't have to give a motion to approve it. I didn't have a problem approving the money at all. I know they're expensive. I had a problem writing a check to MRID account.
And was they were ordered after April 1st? That's the question.
Well, it doesn't really matter when they were ordered.
But
All
if,
we,
but if they was before while MRID was still there, is what I'm asking, if they, MRID ordered them, if that's an existing bill that needed to be taken care of with those funds, or if Parks and Recs ordered them. That was my only question.
I believe Parks and Rec ordered them because they said they didn't have any up there. So it's not that Parks and Rec
That was my question.
didn't order them, but yeah, we can't pay bills that are not our bills, so to speak. That bill has to say Parks and Rec, that's all. And it's really much of,
Or just City of Horseshoe Bend.
you know, it's really kind of a phone call of just calling up and getting the bill done right. So call up and get the bill done right, and I'll sign the check. We don't need a motion. Okay, resolution 2025-23 regarding the bike trail grant application. 25-23. Okay, you can read the resolution.
Resolution 2025-23, resolution expressing the willingness of the city of Horseshoe Bend to utilize federal aid transportation alternatives program or recreational trails program funds. Whereas the city of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas understands federal aid's transportation alternatives program or recreational trails program funds are available at 80% federal participation and 20% local match to develop or improve bicycle trails. And whereas the city of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas understands federal aid funds are available for this project on a reimbursable basis, requiring work to be accomplished, and proof of this project using federal funding will be open and available for use by the general public and maintained by the applicant for the life of the project. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas, that Section 1, the City of Horseshoe Bend will participate in accordance with its designated responsibility, including maintenance of this project. Section 2, the City of Horseshoe Bend is hereby authorized and directed to execute all appropriate agreements and contracts necessary to expedite the construction of the above stated project. And Section 3, the City of Horseshoe Bend pledges its full support and hereby authorizes the Arkansas Department of Transportation to initiate action to implement the project. So basically, this is required by the Arkansas Department of Transportation that we have this resolution before they will consider us for this grant. And this is exactly their verbiage. All I had to do is fill in Horseshoe Bend in a few places, so.
Any discussion, comments? Okay, do I have a motion to approve resolution 20?
So moved.
2523? Okay, Brian made the motion, I believe, and Donnie seconded it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, say the same. The resolution is passed. Okay. Next ordinance. Well, the bike trail, that's from the planning committee, but
That particular resolution was me. I got it from Bob Garrick today and I filled in the blanks.
okay, so ordinance regarding the city Facebook page. Who did that one?
I did.
Okay. Do you want to read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance 2025-03, ordinance to direct the mayor to turn over control of the City of Horseshoe Bend Facebook page to the recorded treasurer with password and administrative designation. Whereas Arkansas annotated 1444-108 states the mayor shall perform all duties required by ordinance of the city, and whereas Arkansas annotated 1443-502 Section B, subsection 1 states that the council shall have the management and control of finances and of all the real and personal property belonging to the corporation. And whereas the recorded treasurer has been designated by the city council of the city of Horseshoe Bend to be in charge of the city's advertising, social media, and public notices. And whereas the mayor has refused to turn over the administrative control of the city of Horseshoe Bend Facebook page that was created prior to him being elected. And now therefore be it ordained by the city council of the city of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas, that Section 1, the mayor shall turn over control of the city of Horseshoe Bend Facebook page with password and administrative control to the recorded treasurer.
Okay, comments, suggestions?
I just want to point out, and I've talked to Brian about this, 1443-502, isn't that in the city of the first class section?
I have a letter from John Wilkerson stating his predecessor and himself both support this as powers of a city of the second class. If you need me to submit that to you, I'll be glad to do it.
It's fine.
No, I'm saying we had a discussion, but I went and got the municipal
I don't
league.
think you're interested in that, in submitting it to me, but I'm still gonna point out that that is in the section for cities of the first class.
Both, like you said, the predecessor and himself say that this is a power of a city council.
Why didn't you
Of the
put
second
that
class
out there?
state.
Why didn't you put that out there?
The letter?
Yeah, any.
I quoted the law, the code.
But that's, yeah, it's not worth it. Go ahead,
Okay.
I just wanna talk to you about it. Thank you, Brian.
I've gotta ask, why are we fighting over a Facebook
Yeah.
page?
Yeah, why can't we just start a new Facebook page?
We can't. Every time we try to, it kicks us out. We can't.
You
You,
can,
not as easy as you think.
you can start a new
We
Facebook
did
page
it and it
tomorrow.
immediately suspends us, immediately. We've tried it, 3 different people have tried it.
Michelle, can you make us a Facebook page for the city that they can have?
Amberly thought she could too, I thought I could too. You can't.
Gail,
Because the
can you
name's
make
too
us a
similar, they
page?
kick us off immediately.
I got a question. Why would the mayor not give the password to somebody else?
It was made
What?
prior to him being elected. It is the city's page.
I know, but I'm sorry.
So why hijack it?
Yeah.
Facebook page is more of a fourth grade.
In your,
I run that Facebook page.
Try it.
in your
We were
opinion,
told
sir,
That's how we were invited to
Try it.
meetings.
Sounds
How do
easy,
you
but it's
get
not.
rid of all of them?
Facebook pages is something really, is that really that?
Well, it's sad that we have to come to
It
this.
is. It's sad we had to do an ordinance to get it.
I'll completely agree.
How do you get rid of all of them and make one page?
sir,
There's 4 pages. Get rid of them all and start a new page.
it was created before he was elected. Hang on. It is a way of communicating with the people of the city. Many people look to that page. And it is used to announce the state of the city speech by the mayor was announced on there. And that's fine. That's what it should be.
Brian, you're just looking for something to make an issue.
No, I am not, ma'am. It should have been turned over.
To the city attorney, the code being used on that ordinance, it applies to only students of the first class, correct?
It's in the
No, it does not.
chapter, it's in the chapter for that. He says he's talked to the head of the municipal league who didn't bother to copy me on it, so.
Because I looked at it and it's only for students of the first class.
Your opinion, not John Wilkerson.
Not my opinion, it's the law.
Not John Wilkerson. John Wilkerson Municipal League. You're arguing with John Wilkerson, not Brian Miller.
It's the law, and Wilkinson needs to be fired.
No, I'm gonna be talking with John Wilkinson. If that's what you're saying he said, I'll be
Yes,
talking
sir.
with John about that.
Got it in black and white.
Send me a copy of that, please.
You betcha.
Okay. All right, so anyways. Oh, sorry.
Who is in control of the Parks and Recreation page on Facebook?
Yeah.
Who started it?
That's what I want to
Dan.
know. Who?
Dan.
Who is?
Dan is.
Now, why is Dan running that? And not Parks and Rec? Because that's under the city.
Good point.
He has, information on that as well. And then I look through.
Oh, they're collaborating, they're working together.
It's brand new.
Oh, so the mayor can't
He
collaborate?
can.
He
Is it not?
He clearly said last meeting that he would not.
He could.
We asked, and he said, I will not. Your correct words, right?
What I said was, I want to protect the live feed that's on that site.
No, you said,
And,
I will not give the
and
That's what you said.
I don't, I got,
Just quoting what you
I was
said.
there.
you want a real
I will not
shocker,
give you
Donnie?
that.
I don't have the password.
Exactly.
That's how computer savvy I am, because the system was set up without a password.
Because Denise Broderick has it.
No, Denise doesn't have,
who's doing it?
Denise doesn't have the password either.
Who's doing it then? As the council, we're asking who's doing it.
Okay, let's go to the ordinance. If you want to pass this ordinance, if you want to pass,
Who said that?
I did.
All of us.
Please.
We're here to discuss things, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
But we've been here,
Well, I'm sorry, we're trying to figure this out, right? Before we vote on this,
we've been over this for how many meetings?
well,
we still
Two.
got no answers.
You're wasting time right now, let him talk.
All the answer I want is who's posting on it then?
I'm not,
The city, who is posting under the city?
I'm not posting on it.
Parks and Rec, because I know it wasn't Dan.
We just said,
Of your speech.
he made the page.
No, the video on my speech was put through the mayor's site because we couldn't access it at that point, because we can't always access it. Just like we have problems with this live feed, it sometimes does not come up. But I will get the live feed set up somehow. And anyways, if you want to pass this, go ahead and pass it. You're welcome to pass it.
It says administrative control, so that if you don't have the password, still administrative control is in there.
Yes, it's an ordinance.
Well, isn't this just the first reading then, anyway?
I guess it's the first reading, yes.
I move, we suspend the rules and read it for the second time by title only.
Is that what we're doing? I mean, you're welcome to do it.
I made a motion.
Okay. So first you have to read it.
He read it already.
Okay, so
once.
now Brian's making the motion. Where am I here? So do I hear a motion to suspend the rules and read it for the second time by title only?
That's what I just did. I made a motion.
Okay? Do we have a second? Okay, all those in favor? Oh,
This is not an emergency, how did they get to do this? This is, there's nothing in that.
Carol, let it pass it, the code doesn't apply, let it pass it.
yeah.
Where in there does it say it's an emergency and what was read?
I said nothing about emergency. I said read at the same time.
But it's
By
not,
title.
y'all, there's nothing in there from what Mr. Bill read that says it's an emergency.
They're suspending the rules so that they can pass it tonight.
There's nothing, I heard them say anything about an emergency, y'all.
Yeah, there is an emergency clause at this point in time.
Did you,
So-
is there an emergency clause in there? No. Okay.
All right, so,
Now, if you want to talk to them about how they want to vote on suspending the rules, I mean, if they are willing to entertain you about that. It does. Nope.
unless they suspend the rules, and they're
A
suspending the
city
rules
council can
so that
vote
they
to
can pass it.
suspend the rules, can do it in,
I call the
one
question.
evening, but there has to be 2/3 of them, so there'll have to be a roll call vote.
Okay, folks, we really got to get through this stuff. I know you're not going to agree with a lot of it. Let them pass it, do whatever they think they
Call
have
the
to do.
question, please.
Okay, so you don't have to call the question, Brian.
I didn't think so, but
All right, so we have a motion to suspend the rules. We had a second, okay? All those in favor of suspending the rules, please signify by saying. Oh, okay, roll call vote then.
Okay, Alderman Yancey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker?
Oh,
Alderman
you're
Booth?
right.
No.
I missed that, sorry.
Alderman Raines?
Yes.
Alderman Vickers? Alderman Dawson?
Yes.
Alderman Draper?
Yes.
It's 7-1.
Okay, so it passes. All right, so then read it for a second time.
Ordinance 2025-03, ordinance to direct the mayor to turn over control of the City of Horseshoe Bend Facebook page to the recorder treasurer with password and administrative designation.
Okay, do I hear a motion to suspend the rules and read the ordinance by title only for the third reading?
So made.
Okay, Brian makes the motion, second.
I'll second.
Discussion? Okay, roll call vote for suspending the rules.
Alderman Yancey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
Yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker?
Yes.
Alderman Booth?
No.
Alderman Raines?
Yes.
Alderman Vickers? Alderman Dawson?
Yes.
Alderman Draper?
Yes.
Okay, so,
I'll read it again.
right, read for the third time by title only.
Ordinance 2025-03, ordinance to direct the mayor to turn over control of the City of Horseshoe Bend Facebook page to the recorder treasurer with password and administrative designation.
Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the ordinance as read? Okay, David makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is that Brian?
Discussion. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Alderman Yancey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
Yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker?
Yes.
Alderman Booth?
No.
Alderman Raines?
Yes.
Alderman Vickers? Alderman Dawson?
Yes.
Alderman Draper?
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance passes. Next ordinance. 2025-05 regarding water fees.
Right, this was written by me, just in case anybody wants to know. And I consulted the water department. This is in response to Ty Woodall coming in last council meeting and pleading his case about his water, the exorbitant fee he had to pay. And so we tried to come up with something that would be kind of fair but easy to maintain, and this is what I came up with the help of Chris and Barb, so. Ordinance 2025-04, ordinance authorizing water fee mitigation. Whereas the City of Horseshoe Bend has the right and responsibility to regulate water fees charged under unusual or unfortunate circumstances, and whereas it is in the best interest of the residents for the city to provide a safety net to help during these catastrophic events. And whereas no two events are ever exactly the same, now therefore be it ordained that the City Council of the City of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas grants full authority to the Water Department at their discretion to offer a cap, a deferral, or a waiver of excess charges. The department head for the Water Department shall have final authority, but should follow these guidelines. Number one, waivers are limited to one time, lifetime per address. Number two, caps are minimum of $1,000, limited to max one per year. Number three, deferral payments limited to a maximum 2-year payoff. The Water Department should consider factors such as, number one, was the customer notified in advance of a smaller leak? Number two, was the customer given notice of a large overconsumption? Number three, was the customer negligent in leaving the property for an extended period of time without shutting off the water, especially in winter? Number four, is there a history on the account of late payments? And number five, no mitigation is allowed for events prior to 2025.
Okay. So, how are you gonna pass this? You gonna do the same thing? You wanna suspend the rules?
Not
or-
me, unless somebody else wants to.
So we've had it read one time. You can vote on it now, you can vote on it the next meeting and the third meeting, or you can vote on it now, you can call 2 special meetings. How do you wanna do it?
So if we're just reading it, we don't
We're
have
just
to vote on
reading
it at all.
first
We're just
time.
reading it one
No, if you're reading it,
We
Just
just read it for the first
It's
time.
just the first time reading.
yeah, we have to read it
goes to
3
the next
times
meeting.
before we vote on it, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Unless you suspend the rules.
right.
I don't, we're not looking to suspend the rules on that one, are you?
Not I.
Okay, so you're gonna put this on the agenda for the next time to reread it? Okay. Okay, ordinance 2025-05 regarding the council compensation schedule.
Right, actually, I mistakenly read this, what made this an ordinance, it should be a resolution, so you have the resolution was on your, so I changed it.
Oh,
They were handed out.
This was, again, one of the things that was forwarded from finance, and I assumed he wanted it as an ordinance, but he wanted it as a resolution, so I had to change it.
all right, who wanted this?
I think Brian's the one who brought this up.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-24, resolution to pay council members quarterly. Whereas the city of Horseshoe Bend has the right to dictate pay schedules, and whereas it is helpful to council members to be compensated in time to make quarterly tax payments, now therefore be it resolved by the city council of the city of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas, that city council members will be paid quarterly.
How much extra will it cost to do something like this?
Cost of 8 extra checks, I guess. 16, I guess.
16 checks.
That's really all it costs. And a little bit of time, for sure.
Is there a date in which they're gonna be paid?
Well, they'd actually be overdue right now for the first quarter, so
I know, but you should set a date in there as well, but it would be paid, I don't know, through 3:30, through 6:30, 9:30, 12:31.
That's what quarterly says.
I mean, it's fine to add that, I don't care.
Well, the pay date following is where I'm going, but it's not necessarily.
Okay,
All right, so do we wanna add that?
yeah, I'll just say paid on the first paid check following the end of the quarter. Do you want me to rewrite it, or reread it, or is that good enough?
All right, well, we can actually, if it's a resolution, yeah, we can actually approve it.
With changes.
Right, so resolution 2025-24, resolution to pay city council members quarterly. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution with the added changes of pay the first check following the quarter?
So move.
Brian makes the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Donnie seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say the same. All right, passed. Okay.
Small break.
Okay.
Not to keep Cindy here any longer, sorry.
crispy, just.
You know, that's all this is. It's like everybody's just against.
Give my word, I'll take care of that for you. I'll talk to Chris. I know.
Well, I was unclear on that.
I'll talk to Chris. I'll get it done. You're in my word.
Robert's rules, ex aficionado means that I'm part of every committee.
Even when I worked for the municipality, I was on all these meetings, when I was city representative with
But you weren't the
non-voting,
mayor.
with non-voting.
But you weren't the mayor.
I was a city representative,
You're
the
not the
mayor's
mayor.
the city representative.
No, the mayor runs the city. There's a little difference.
How much did you say you've collected so far?
There were several people that had major problems. He was trying to tackle.
They're saying they can't create their own page, is what they're saying.
And I don't know what to make of it, because there's no history to say, well, when do people pay? They have until the end of June. We expect we'll get a lot.
I haven't paid yet.
And I just did myself last week, so.
The position I'm in.
We'll get it fixed.
All fuss about
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run the live feed through the mayor's.
How many lots do you own?
It's all going forward.
That might be too
And
much.
I've just never seen a community that like laws and bureaucracy so much. I mean, y'all have so many rules, and you're telling somebody they can't have a shed because y'all don't like it, because he's this Metzler guy. I mean, that's why, but everybody knows that. I mean, it's obvious to anybody like me on the outside looking in. Tonight's been a real eye opener. I'm not sure. Do you know of another attorney that would take this job? Can you think of somebody that we could just pull in here right now? I'd be the happiest cat. I'd be the happiest cat.
It's 100 square feet. The people gave him the variance. You don't have the right as the committee chair to say he can't have the variance. The woman right next to him said he can have the variance. They gave him the variance. That's what a variance is.
What?
And we deny them, and then that person says, well, you approve something that was, you want to set a precedent.
Yes, you didn't set a precedent. You still have to pass the same test. The people that live there are the people that decide. Okay? Yes, you're deciding the ordinance, but when the people say, we're gonna give them a break, we don't care about the ordinance, then you
Talk
don't
about
have
it with you some other time.
the people have
Maybe.
to
I don't know how long we'll do this. I'm
because you
sure
read
this
the
is,
ordinance.
it's pretty ridiculous.
Variance. The people gave him a variance.
And we were,
The people gave him the variance. Everybody that lived around him said, we don't care if we build that garage.
when the complaints come in after it's built,
Go ahead.
because they came to me on the last one we did, when that garage was smaller than the house.
Well, you may get complaints whether you're smaller or bigger or in between or whatever, but the people gave the man the variance. Okay, we're gonna get back together here in a couple of minutes. Let's get through this stuff because it's getting to be a long night. We got everybody back? Okay. I want to call the meeting back to order so we can get through the last of these ordinances and call it a night. Okay. Next ordinance, 2025-06, regarding Parks and Rec Directors Authority.
Ordinance 2025-06, ordinance on Parks and Recreation Director. Whereas the City Council of the City of Horseshoe Bend has authority over all contract employees, and whereas the City Council has approved a budget for Parks and Recreation And whereas the Park and Recreation Director needs some freedom to manage within his budget, now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas, that the Director of Parks and Recreation shall be allowed to spend up to $5,000 before tax, as long as that expenditure fits within the short-term and long-term boundaries of the established budget.
Yeah, who did this one?
Written by you.
What?
Written by you.
That was written by me. I think that was I remember amending it. I couldn't remember if I wrote it from scratch, but this was another one that was pushed forward from finance, so.
Yes.
Well, I guess the question I have is, what are the short-term and long-term boundaries established by a budget?
I think the reason I put that in there is that at the beginning of the year, you might have $20,000 in the budget, and you don't want to blow it all at once. So if your budget calls for, let's say it's the electric budget, you better not blow it all somehow in January, because you need to have it for the rest of the year. So that's what I meant by that anyway, so if you want to word it a different way, tell me.
Any other discussion, I mean, of how this gets spent? I mean, so if he's got 20, he can just spend 5, 5, 5, and 5, and it's gone.
Well, again, that would not be in.
Well, he
that would not
probably
be in the
shouldn't, but
fitting
you're
with the
basically
long-term
saying
goals.
they can do it.
That would not be within the long-term boundaries, though.
Okay, but, so what's the long-term boundaries? You're saying, but you don't have the long-term boundaries defined.
We don't have the long-term boundaries for Public Works either, and they're allowed to spend money in their budget, so.
Okay, but Public Works, how Public Works worked was, we started with a $300 purchase order, and everybody filled those orders out, and they gave them to me, and I went through them. And Chris went through them, and we worked it out to a point where everybody felt comfortable of who was spending how much. And Chris is traditional, will not spend over $1,000 without talking to me and let me know what he's doing. And doesn't have anything to do with who's in charge or anything like that. He just does that, so we talk about where the money's coming from and where's it's gonna go to. Now, we do have an ordinance that actually does say, anything over $300, you're supposed to put in a purchase order, so everybody can see what it is.
If it's outside the
So-
budget.
It says
That's what
outside
that
the
ordinance
budget.
says.
This specifically calls for in the budget. Donnie, is that how it worked before when you were there? Public
If
Works?
it was in the budget, it was in the budget. I mean, a pump, a single pump could be $7,000 or $8,000. I mean, courtesy, sure, hey, just so you know, there's fixing to be something coming. He can't deny I didn't come to him, even when I did that, but I kinda had it outside the budget was $1,000. You know, if I needed to buy something without council approval, it was up to $1,000.
Well, the truth is, anything you brought to me, I never denied. Anymore, not,
And like I said,
and,
it was in the budget.
and I never denied anything that Chris has wanted.
Hey, you know, you're fixing to have a big bill coming. But, as long as it was budgeted in my line item, I mean, there was no set, I couldn't buy a $7,000 pump without asking. Because, I mean, I had, say, $60,000 for pump maintenance. The pump goes out, I mean, it's just part of pumps pumping, they go out, you gotta order a new one. Or they can have it rebuilt, whatever, I mean, that's how it works. So, no, I didn't have to ask to spend any money that was in my budget until he gave me the $300 memo. And as I resigned, because I don't believe you can operate on $300, you can't buy a tractor
I
tire.
even talked to you on that one, and I said, talk to the mayor about it. I'm sure he'll work out an agreement with you.
Well, I did it
You got
because he,
mad and walked out of the
I did it
building.
because he lied to me, if you wanna go back to that, because he said all the councilmen agreed to it, and I talked to every one of them, including you, and you're like, what? I didn't say that. But moving along.
So I mean, I'm learning this as we go, and so is Dan, but some of the things that the park, the golf course in particular, like the Greens Pro bills are routinely over $5,000, so I mean. And those were all previous, those were paying bills from last fall. So. We
Right,
paid it
and-
last month because they buy them on credit, so and we got bills coming for May, and we got bills coming for June that were bought last fall. So.
And that's why Charlie and I split out, really. Golf course, the rest of Parks and Rec. Okay, it needs to be split like that. It can't be everything goes to the golf course. But the golf course needs to be contained with what it does. But then you need someone with experience with lakes and boats and marinas and all that stuff. and all the other parks that go with it.
Why do we have
So,
marinas and boats?
if you have lakes, we have marinas and boats, right? People have docks with boats. So, but you're,
I'm just saying, we don't own them.
but you're still gonna be responsible for upkeep and what goes on with those, just like,
So the city's gonna be responsible for upkeep for Boxtown's Marina? That's what you just, exactly what you just said.
anything else you wanna find trouble with?
Well, I mean, that's just what you said. I don't know why we're talking about what somebody needs
We're-
to know when we're asking about money.
We're trying to talk,
And that's why we're taking applications, is what I'd like to say.
we're trying to talk about the difference in how to structure Parks and Rec. This is a new thing and nobody's done it before. So we tried to split it that way because it made more sense doing it that way instead of putting one person in charge of everything, because one person's not gonna know about the golfing. The golfing's really a specific thing, okay? No matter how you cut it, golfing's a specific thing. The quality, the care of the greens, the money that's spent, the clubs, the games, all of it. That's totally different than stocking fish in a lake. That's totally different than inspecting dams and doing stuff like that. And that's why we wanted it split that way. It made more sense, and it also allows the people to see where the money's going for everything else.
I move we
So-
suspend the rules and read it for the second time by title only.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's no other discussion on it. Okay, so we have a motion to suspend the rules and read it by, second reading by title only. Do I have a second? Donnie? All right. All those in favor, we need a roll call vote.
It was Sean.
Oh, sorry.
All right, roll call vote. Alderman Yancey.
Yes.
Alderman Miller.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker.
Yes.
Alderman Booth.
No.
Alderman Raines.
Yes.
Alderman Vickers.
Yes.
Alderman Dawson.
Yes.
Alderman Draper.
Yes.
Okay, I'll read it again.
I just have a question, Mayor. Would you prefer that there was no, now I can't say the word, or how would you say it different? Would you prefer there was no ordinance, or that you would want it worded different?
Well, the ordinance on Parks and Rec, the whole $5,000 thing, I mean, I don't really get that, why that he has to have that level of thing, because this is a brand-new office, and we don't know how it's gonna go on. The assumption is, of course, that somebody's gonna say no to it. The truth is, nobody said no to any of that stuff, okay? Donnie never got turned down when he needed something for the city. Chris doesn't get turned down when he needed something for the city. Chris in the water department doesn't get turned down. It's just a check and safeguard so that you don't have people belligerently spending money. And if it's that big of a deal to come ask somebody, I don't get that. Okay, I'm a conservative person. I don't know if these guys are so conservative when it comes to spending money. But I ran this city for 2 years and we did just fine with money. And this whole thing of our money was so short. We put $100,000 away, two $25,000 CDs and $50,000 in a capital reserve fund, and we still had money left. And we set things up to try to make money. Now, you're not always gonna make money with the city, but if you can bring any money back in that you're spending, that's a good thing. Okay, and I'm not a politician, so my idea isn't to just go to you and hit you with another fee or a tax. Okay, that's not how I operate. I try to make the city a business, so it's gonna make money doing that. And I've done that for the last 2 years. So anyways, we're on the second reading that you just read.
Ordinance 2025-06, ordinance on Parks and Recreation Director.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to suspend the rules for the third time?
So moved.
Okay, Brian makes the motion, second. Turn that thing off. Charlie's up there pacing now. It's okay, Charlie. It's not a real siren. It's this guy's phone. Okay, I'm sorry. Who did the second?
Jeanette.
Jeanette did the second. Okay.
All right, any other discussion? Alderman Yancey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
Yes.
Alderman Hilliker? Alderwoman Hilliker, I'm sorry. Alderman Booth?
No.
Alderman Raines? Alderman Vickers? Alderman Dawson?
Yes.
Alderman Draper?
Yes.
Okay, ordinance is carried.
No, I have to read it one more time, and
Oh.
then we have to vote on it, I think.
Sorry. I
That
thought
was
you
just a
were on the
second
third
suspension.
time.
Ordinance 2025-06, ordinance on Parks and Recreation Director. It's been read 3 times, so now we can vote on it if you want.
Okay,
Well, somebody needs to make a motion.
Right.
yeah, make a motion to vote on it.
David?
I second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Alderman Yancey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
Yes.
Alderwoman Hilliker?
Yes.
Alderman Booth?
No.
Alderman Raines?
Yes.
Alderman Vickers? Alderman Dawson?
Yes.
Alderman Draper?
Okay. Next ordinance, 2025-07, regarding the city attorney.
I didn't write this one.
Does somebody wanna read this?
Yeah, who read
wants to
this?
read it? Is that you, Brian?
Yeah, you wrote it, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Ordinance 2025-07, ordinance to direct the city attorney to attend all city council meetings. Whereas the city council often requires legal assistance from the city during finance meetings, council meetings, and special meetings, and whereas the city council understands the possibility of special meetings not being held with the same notice as finance and council meetings, and now therefore be it ordained by the city council of the city of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas, Section 1, the city attorney shall attend the finance and council meetings each month. Section 2, the city attorney shall attend all special meetings unless it is not reasonably possible. The recorder treasurer shall be notified in advance of non-attendance along with the reason.
Many times there's been occasions in finance when we needed you and you've not attended many of the finance, you've attended some. That's, I think it's necessary to have you there. You represent the city, you're our attorney, to answer questions. That's why this was written, trying to encourage you to attend meetings. And special meetings, there's also been times when we wish you'd been there because we have questions and you're not there. And that's why I would say, even as one special meeting you were called into and told that no one gave public notice.
Folks,
No one was told that there was public notice, yet public notice was documented that it was done, but they were showing you a Facebook page that the publication hadn't put on their Facebook page. When we notify, they have no obligation to put it on their Facebook page. But again, it's not your fault. You were told information that was erroneous because they were saying, well, there's nothing on the Facebook page, so they didn't notify them. That was not true. And I if you'd been here, that would have been clarified face to face instead of over the phone.
So why didn't you contact me when, after the finance meeting, I tried to reach out to you and said I would meet with you and Bill the next day? I never heard from either one of you.
We met with them the next day, didn't we?
Oh, no, Bill, lie.
What meeting are we talking about?
He's talking about the last finance meeting.
Oh, okay. Wrong
When
meeting,
it was
I'm sorry.
brought up by an individual in finance,
Yeah.
and you're correct.
And I did, and y'all didn't even respond. This is retaliation
I did
from
not-
you.
I did
This
not
is
see you-
retaliation
Brian,
from
please be
you
quiet.
Because you accused me of not being difficult, or of being difficult to work with, and of not getting back to you, when I always got back to you within 24 hours of the Monday. You'd call me Monday, I called you back Tuesday, you called me Wednesday at 4 o'clock. You always, your active times are 2 to 4 a.m. I've had to block you from my texts because you send them to me in the middle of the night like a whatever you are. And Brian, listen, I'm not in agreement with this.
Okay.
Not in agreement with this, and I'm not interested in being part of your city council if y'all are all for this. Because this is a Brian Miller deal, and it's because I stood up to Brian Miller.
Okay. So now I have something to say. Yeah, you have to hear the mayor now. I can tell you for a fact, Brad and I have not always agreed. But we've always had an excellent professional relationship, and he has never been less than professional for this city. And he has always been available for this city. In fact, when Ms. Kuntman stood up here the other day and accused me of giving him a raise, and he was making so much money in this city, this man has worked his ass off for this city, especially through this whole MRID thing, and putting a special administrator in there, and answering all kinds of questions, and dumb questions, a lot of them from me. Okay, I am not a great mayor. I don't know how to be a mayor. He's done a lot of work in helping me do that. And he's helped a lot of aldermen here too, whether you like it or not. And his job isn't to be our private attorney. His job is to keep us out of the woods and to stop us from breaking the law. That can be a hard job, especially when you're a politician, because you want to get something done, you want something to happen. This man's the guideline. This guy's the book. Okay? He keeps us out of trouble. And he's done an excellent job of that for the years that he's been here. And to suggest that he doesn't, or to say he has to show up at every meeting we have. And let me tell you something about Finance Committee. That's not a meeting, it's a committee. You've turned it into a meeting and everybody shows up. You don't have to show up to Finance Committee if you don't want to. It's a committee. That's why anything you do there is not legal. You have to bring it to this meeting. This is the official meeting of the city. He's always been here for those. And he's always been here every time I picked up the phone and called him. It's disrespectful that you've even produced something like this.
So
Does
you
anybody else?
object attending these meetings on the grounds of?
Brian, you had your say. Now it's time
Excuse
for
me.
other people to talk. Does anybody else have anything that they want to say?
I'll talk to him, I don't care. Go ahead. What do you want to talk about?
I said, what part of this do you object to? What meeting do you not want to attend?
Okay, number one, special meetings.
Okay?
Yeah, I don't know when you're gonna call a special meeting.
That's why there's an out. I mean, it's not regularly scheduled, so you could just say, I've got whatever.
This is potentially, you know how long these meetings take, this is potentially 42 to 96 extra hours. Are you prepared to pay me for that?
Yeah, ka-ching.
It's a good question.
Of course it is.
Where did that money come from?
I mean, I could walk away and there's no hard feelings. I have no hard feelings against anybody, but now listen, the last couple of weeks, I've had an alderman, that was Brian, who, made that accusation against me, and that's not right of you to.
All that was said is I thought there
That's
may have
not
been
right of you to
something
do
but
that. And you and
wrong.
I had a
Tried
big
to settle
deal,
it.
too. And you actually called me, and we worked through that. And I've had others of you that have apologized, and we've apologized, and we've worked through. Now, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to work things out, Brian, but I'm gonna try to.
I think this needs to be thrown out. That's what I think.
And I just got a simple question, Brad. For the people, what would it cost, and I just want everybody to hear this, for you to start coming to all these special meetings and stuff like that? How much more would it cost the city?
Yeah, I don't wanna.
Well, I'm just saying.
I know, but that's not gonna be helpful. I mean, everybody knows that I'm worth more than what I'm getting paid. I mean, everybody knows that. I know that most of all. And it's okay, it's okay.
And where would that money come from? The city?
Oh, I don't think.
It would come from the city. We would have to increase the salary.
Exactly.
I haven't
No.
asked. I asked for an increase. If you remember back, that was in 1997, it was $1,000 a month. And I asked for an increase to what, what? You can't hear me? The Bureau of Labor Statistics had inflation at $1,800 and something dollars. And the city council didn't want to do that, so they said how about $1,400? I said, you know what, sure.
What I'm getting at is,
But hang on just a second. And so I said, sure, okay, 1,400, great. Now, if you look at it still, it's at over 1,900. It's at almost $2,000, you know. And you know, you look at other communities, and some are going to be less. And I promise you, they don't have this many people at city council meetings either. And you're going to look at some communities, and they're going to be a lot more. They're going to have full-time attorneys that they can make a career.
Are they gonna have this many ordinances?
Good question.
I told you not to tell them ordinances. You shouldn't have told them. I warned you.
I guess what I'm getting at, the more meetings you come to, the more it's gonna cost. If you're not gonna do this, you're not getting paid a salary.
I mean, I do. I get paid a monthly payment.
But yeah, but-
And part of that is to come to, you know,
City-
prosecute city ordinances
City work.
also.
Not-
So, I mean, really what you're talking about is the finance committee meetings, and listen, let's be truthful about what those finance committees used to be, which I've been told by people who are former aldermen that they would rather talk about it then because there wasn't as many people there. So now is when the business needs to be conducted in these regular meetings.
I wasn't going against, I wouldn't say you should come more, I just.
Yeah, I mean,
It's gonna
I mean,
cost more money.
it's gonna be over 40 hours, and
Yeah.
even just one more. Because by the time I drive, and by the time you take 2.5 or 3.5 hours.
And gas, and wear and tear,
I mean, that's just how I feel about it. I don't know, if you don't want me, just say you don't want me. It's gonna be okay. I'm not.
I don't think you're hearing that from the people at all. And not sure you're hearing it from the council. Somebody had, yes.
So I would appreciate understanding the relationship between, Brent, you and the mayor, and then you and 9 other council members. So in regard, what are the non-mayor, what's their access to you? And I heard you say you have a lot of time with Brian, but what's their access to you, or is there an organizational flow that's appropriate for a council and an attorney?
Well, it used to just be my cell phone, my personal cell phone, until Brian started, texting me at 2 a.m. I have family. I leave my phone on loud because I want to be woke up if somebody needs something. But at any rate, I told Brian, just email me, you know. So, email, you know, phone call. I talked to, I've talked to Tony pretty recently. I've talked to Luther pretty recently. I've talked to the mayor. I've talked to Bill, Brian. Don't think I've talked to any of you guys here recently that you've called me or anything. But I would if you call me. And I know Luther and I had a good conversation, and he said a couple of years ago, he said he felt like maybe me and him didn't talk enough. And I said, well, I don't think you've called me. And he said, well, that's going to change, and it has. And I reckon I've always called you back. I think I have. Tried to. So the problem I run into is just like the municipal league, is that a lot of the complaints are, is either a council person complaining about the mayor or the mayor complaining about a council person. And I have to be in this position of representing everybody. Brian had talked to me about wanting, on behalf of the city council, to file a lawsuit regarding this initiative that's coming up. Well, I can't do that because I've already advised Bill to go ahead and say, go ahead and certify it. We're not saying it's legal, we're not saying that, but we are saying the signatures were on it and they've met those basic requirements. And, what I told Brian was that, if the council wants to sue, well, he's gonna have to be a named party, plus the Board of Election Commissioners And of course, I can't be that lawyer because I've already told Bill to certify it. So that's kind of a lot of the difficulties the city attorney has when you got some kind of dysfunction in the government, or maybe people not getting along good. But you know, I am available, and you know, any of the council members can call me. But unfortunately, if it's against another council person, or against the mayor, or against the recorder treasurer, I'm in a position of saying you're going to have to seek an outside attorney on that, because I have to advise all these people equally.
I think I agree with you when you were fixing to say get rid of that.
Can I answer any more questions, Ms. Clary, Dr. Clary?
No, I appreciate that. I just have sat here throughout the last several years and have had questions that I wish you had been here to answer. Because I think there might have been a different outcome, and then after the fact, it's too late. No.
Are there things being done at the finance committee meetings, like?
No, I've only been, I think, to one finance committee meeting,
Yeah.
but council meetings primarily. So he's here.
Been at every meeting.
Brad.
Brad's been at every meeting.
I was told.
Not finance meetings.
Brad,
Yeah.
I was told by the municipal league, I asked the question, I said, well, if all 8 council people come to the finance meeting, why do we have to approve it again in the council meeting? And what I was told by municipal league at the time is, the answer is, the finance meeting is only a committee. As if it were the committee, as if it were the road and whatever, the zoning or planning or whatever. It's just a committee. So that has to go through all of you as a council for your approval when the money is involved to change something. And it has to go through council as the final word. It cannot be considered a meeting to legally make it happen that night.
But it's considered a meeting for purposes of FOIA and the public being able to attend.
Right.
Yeah.
And it really doesn't even have to be every council, what I was told. It could be someone else, but according to our ordinance in the blue book or whatever, it did say that all council were participants in the finance meeting.
Can Donna say something?
Yes, my name is Lori Kunzman, by the way, Mayor, and I did speak a couple weeks ago regarding the attorney, and I did say he did get a raise, but I did note that it was agreed upon by the council unanimously, so he must have deserved it. So I don't appreciate you giving me innuendos about what I may have said, what I said that night. I think it's important, Mayor, that you speak things honestly and clearly. Secondly, at a finance meeting, as you pointed out, Ms. Spencer, that there is much discussion. And as Brian has pointed out, oftentimes that discussion needs legal guidance. And if the attorney is not there, that discussion cannot continue. A lot of work needs to get done at the finance meeting so that decisions can be made here, at the city council meeting. So having the attorney at the finance meeting could be helpful.
Could be helpful, but at the same token, they have any time after that meeting, we have at least 2 weeks where they can get in touch with Brad. Brad can give them an alternative if he feels there's a legal reason why something shouldn't be done or done a different way. They have 2 weeks to get a hold of him and for him to respond.
Absolutely, I agree with you, but also would expedite things if he were there. Additionally, I'm actually very embarrassed about how all of you are treating each other, especially Brian. He has gone out of his way to try to move things forward, to investigate things, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Your reaction is immature. Nobody back here is heckling, nobody is asking Mr. Booth why he says no all the time, which are.
I hope they know why I say no.
Well, I'm just saying, nobody.
I sure hope they know why I say no.
Nobody is doing that. We're treating you with respect.
Hey, all of these are vendettas. All these are vendettas. These do nothing good These do nothing good for our town. None of these do. And I think it's time for me to go. And I think it's time for me to go because you do not have the best interest of this town. None of you do. You do not have the best interest.
Miss Kunzman, are you married to Mr. Vanderboss? Is that your husband? Yes, I am. Okay. When did this ordinance get presented to even the city attorney that you wanted the finance committee meeting to give you guidance?
I have no idea.
Well, your husband wrote them, half of them so
I
far.
have no idea. I'm not here when you work.
I have a question.
Anyway, I still have the floor.
Just for you, over the last 2 years before the new city council got elected in, how many times were you, or not you, the opposing side of the mayor, how many times did y'all argue back and forth during these city meetings, council meetings? How many times from somebody like you argue with the mayor over the last 2 years? It happened almost every single city council meeting, every one. And now you're suddenly offended because somebody is attacking Brian for the stuff that you guys attacked Carol Spencer for last year, Uriah Mead, George, and whoever else. You guys did it. This is why elections matter. I agree, they do. But this also is the reason why you need to work together so vindictive stuff like this does not happen. If you work together, then you're on the same page. And you're not arguing between the two of you. You're working together to come to a solid solution for the citizens, and you're not doing it in a vindictive manner.
We just saw a good example of working together, didn't we?
Okay. So,
I don't care. I don't care.
Somebody stop this.
folks,
I think I
no.
have every right to defend myself, and I just
You-
want to again tell Mr. Syke, Mr. Miller, it works very hard for the city, just like you do. And I would ask that you treat him with respect, just like he wants to treat you with respect. So thank you very much.
Thank you for
Well,
your comment.
I can say one thing for sure. Probably the only person in here that's always treated people with respect is Brad Sipes and Charlie Milton. No questions asked. And can you please be quiet, Miss Turner? Because that's important. And Josh, I want to thank you you have reminded us numerous times, and we do have problems coming together. And there's been problems in this city for years, way before I ever came from New York. I mean, and that's just the way it is. And hopefully we can work on them. We can make it better each time. I know there's a lot of strong feelings with these ordinances. They're very vindictive. And they are. Simple as that. So I guess we need to decide, are we going forward with this one? Ordinance 2025-07.
It's been read. It's been read.
Okay, so.
And it was nothing to be vindictive. It was brought up in finance, and I wrote the ordinance because it was brought up in finance and it was forwarded to council. So the issue is written into an ordinance, what was brought out in finance. It was nothing
The ordinance was
vindictive
not
about it
forwarded
whatsoever.
to me. This
The mayor
proposed
even said
ordinance
himself
was not
he
forwarded
would
to me.
contact him to see if he would be here to handle some of this stuff.
The ordinance was
Ordinance
written
was
off of
not
what
sent
was
to me.
forwarded from finance to the council, is what I acted on. Nothing about you and I or conversation or anything. It was at finance.
No. No, over. Ray?
You are a professional, right? This is your job. You're a professional. You owe him the courtesy of having a conversation before this ordinance got there. And I think this whole thing could have been passed over had you got face to face and said, Brad, could you do your best to come to finance? We need you there. We don't need this. I mean, I'm sorry, brother, we don't need this.
All right?
You know, if we just had that conversation, we could have saved us 45 minutes. Brad's a professional, he knows what he's doing. Brian, you got the best of the city in your heart, I know you do. But this could have been passed over. You don't need this. All you gotta do is have a conversation. Brad, please show up when you can. Now, Mr. Mayor, if you want me to sit down and be quiet, I'll be happy to.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, we're still have an ordinance on the board here.
It's been read.
Huh?
It's been read, that's all. First
Okay.
reading.
What's the
So-
next one? It's been read
Understand.
once, nobody's suspending the rules or anything, so, I mean,
Okay,
somebody wants
so,
to make a motion to table it, it's fine, but nobody has.
well, discussion. What do you want to do with it, folks?
I have no problem with drawing the ordinance.
Okay.
I make a motion, we withdraw the ordinance. How's that? That work?
All those in favor,
I need
say
a
aye.
second.
All those opposed?
I think Jeanette seconded it.
Yes, Jeanette seconded it. Okay, next ordinance. Ordinance 2025-08 regarding the library security and building use. Yeah, who wrote this?
Right.
If you hadn't noticed, folks, almost every other council works 40 hours. I'm retired. I'm the one that has the time to write them. I do not discuss it with them. I do not discuss it with them. It's things that's been forwarded to the council, and I write them off of what's been forwarded. There's a letter right here from the Izard County Library Board. That should be read after the ordinance is.
Okay. Ordinance 2025-08, ordinance to place decisions about the use of the library building with the Izard County Library Board. Whereas the library collection literary content of the Horseshoe Bend Library belongs to the White River Regional Library System, and whereas the Horseshoe Bend Library staff is employed through the Izard County Library Board, which is part of the White River Regional Library System, and whereas the library building is owned and maintained by the city of Horseshoe Bend, and whereas the library building and library meeting room have been used without the advance permission of the Horseshoe Bend Library staff and outside of normal library operating hours, and whereas there are multiple keys to the library building and the library meeting room that have been issued without the permission and knowledge of the Horseshoe Bend Library staff, and whereas the Izard County Library Board needs to have access control over the library to protect the Horseshoe Bend Library staff, the library collection, literary content, and the library physical assets, and whereas the Izard County Library Board is expected to use the library building and meeting room in line with the policies of the Arkansas State Library Board, annotated Arkansas 13.2.205 and annotated Arkansas 13.2.207. Therefore, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas. Section 1, the City Council directs the change of all entry locks no later than May 2nd, 2025, to allow access control over the library to the Izard County Library Board. Duplication of keys and distribution is hereby unauthorized. Section 2, the City Council directs all who wish to use the library meeting room to submit their request to the Izard County Library Board through the Horseshoe Bend Library staff no less than 1 week in advance of the meeting room need. Section 3, the City Council orders all Horseshoe Bend elected officials and committee commissioners abide by these restrictions.
Could you please read the letter? You have a copy of the letter?
This is the letter from the Izard County Library Board. April 21st, to whom it may concern, the Izard County Library Board is requesting that the 3 library branches limit the keys to their respective buildings to library personnel only. In addition, installation of a security camera at the entrance door to the library is requested. These requests are primarily to address safety issues. However, theft and vandalism have also been experienced at the libraries. The Izard County Library Board therefore is requesting that locks be rekeyed or changed and that keys be provided to library personnel only. The use of the library will be available during regular library hours. Sincerely, Izard County Library Board, Izard County Library Board.
We own the building. You do.
So why were we paying them years and years to be a librarian over there if we have no say over them? In the city, we did not pay.
The county pays the library.
We paid them here for years and years.
Not anymore.
We pay volunteer, or not volunteer, we pay a Saturday library. The main library
According
is
to
paid by
Arkansas
the
code,
county.
we shouldn't have. Why are we trying to fix something that isn't broke?
Because you're fixing to lose all your funding for your library.
The letter you just read?
Is what?
broke.
Well, what funding are we losing for the library?
The state funding from
Well,
the
an employee.
state funding.
An employee being, is funded, correct?
Well, no, the library picked that employee up, but she was our employee and we paid her for years.
Megan, no.
No, not Megan. Megan is considered the librarian. Karen, whatever her name was, that worked on Saturdays.
Saturdays, that's the only one the city pays for.
Right. The city always had her on the payroll. But the question I have is, I don't believe there's any been theft reported or anything with a problem of our library up here. Has there, Charlie? Yeah, there's no problem been reported up here whatsoever with
But
this
there's
library.
3 libraries. They're talking about all 3 libraries.
Okay, but we're talking about our library, okay,
Yes.
Horseshoe Bend,
And it applies to our library.
okay?
Right.
We own this library. In fact, there's a woman here that's gonna talk that made the money that made this library. Mitzi, you wanna talk?
Yep, I do. So we have to have permission then to have our little theater meetings there now, Mitzi?
This library is near and dear to my heart. I helped with I don't know how many people in Horseshoe Bend who did all kinds of sales and raised money various ways to provide that library building. I don't know if many of you know, but the library was in what is now the mayor's office initially, and it was there for years. And the people got together and decided that they wanted something better for their people and for the city in general. And so that's what we did. We had bake sales and you just can't imagine, food sales, everything, to make that money up so that we could do this and do it properly. So it's very near and dear to me, and I resent people that are making fun of it and telling downright lies about it. Your second, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Your fourth whereas, the library building and library meeting room have been used without the advance permission of the Horseshoe Bend Library staff. That is a bald-faced lie. Every time I wanted to use that building, I have gone there and talked with Megan, and she set aside a time for us. She has a calendar on the wall in her office that takes care of her appointments for that room. And she will, if you will look at the calendar in her office, you'll see that every third Wednesday at 10 o'clock, the little theater meets. Okay, and besides that, the planning commission was using that building. Not because we didn't want to be in here, but we had big charts and
Please sit down.
maps and things we wanted to see. And so we went there because the tables are always up in that room. Now, here we have 1 or 2 tables that we can put up for our people to sit at, but nothing to display our maps and whatever we use for our planning commission. So that was why we went there. And we had visitors there. He's been there with his wife. He came in and talked with us about the bike trail. Doug Wendling, I think most of you know who Doug is. He was there several occasions, and he was well received and no problem at all. So take that out right now. There was no problem at that planning meeting. Also, the book club for the kids, for the summer program is held there. We need access to that building, not at 11 o'clock when the librarian gets there. We need to start at 9 o'clock so that we can have a fun time with the kids, but they still have the afternoon to spend with their family if they choose to. That was something that we thought about long and hard, when to have the kids club. And you know, the kids clubs are doing well, but we need that time when we want to open it, not when someone else does. And I know, Brian, you have been at many meetings at nighttime at that library, right? In that room? That's a very important room, and that was one of the things that the library was made around, was what the people want, what they can use and would enjoy using. And that's what we did. We built it so it would accommodate a lot of people for different circumstances. And to think that you want to put us out of there and not allow us to go there when it's our building is really, it really has my ire up. No question about it.
I didn't see anywhere where it said you couldn't still meet there. No.
Sorry?
I didn't see anywhere where it said you still couldn't meet there.
Sure, we can after 11 o'clock during open hours.
Or maybe a representative from the city lets you in.
But
I'm
that's
sorry.
exactly what was going on, okay? We have the kids' reading group at 9 in the morning
You're
because,
the mayor, you would have a key. You have a key to
and
every
I,
building in this town, correct?
I do.
There you go, that problem's not.
Okay, but I'm not gonna, because this doesn't say I'm gonna get a key. This says
You're the mayor,
the
you get a
library.
key to every building.
You just can't reproduce it and hand it out. like
This-
this.
What-
Don't reproduce it and give one to every one of your friends.
What about other people that want to use that?
They need to contact the library or have a
Set it
city
up on their schedule.
representative. It's absolutely.
The library board,
open.
Megan,
What's the difference of giving everybody, the same people, a key to City Hall? It's a city building, go use it.
Megan knows everybody that has a key to that building,
And I believe
Yes.
she,
okay?
She
And
gave
there's
me
been
my
no theft.
initial key to that.
and I believe she had a little bit of a problem with overrunning.
So she was notified there, and when you,
And that's all this is.
Megan herself said there has been conflict.
Exactly.
Her calendar, you mentioned,
yes?
she had people down, and yet people were already in there, and there's been conflict.
They went in
And
with their
she
key.
doesn't know what to do because they were not on her calendar.
Well,
She
that's,
is-
that's,
she is part of
that's
this.
their problem, that wasn't mine.
Wait. She is the one in the middle of this. She has spoken. She is part of the reason this ordinance is here, is because you're right. She does a very good job. She has a calendar, and she tries to schedule people. But when people have a key and they come in and they start a meeting, and it's in conflict with her calendar, what does she do? Because she feels responsible because she has her calendar. But yet, here are people that are occupying the room.
I don't know
What is she
where.
supposed to do?
I
Who
don't
are
know.
these
I
people?
can't tell you where she got her key.
Who are the people, and why isn't this letter signed?
I don't know. It was sent to me. I don't know.
Because everything comes unsigned. This isn't signed. Who actually wrote this, and why did they put this up?
Again, it come from that board. I guess we can go back and ask them why they
Okay, but
didn't
it's not
sign
signed by the president. It's not actually signed by anybody. It's CC'd to Deborah Sutherfield, but there's no signature on this letter whatsoever.
it. I hear you. I
mean,
understand.
the bottom line is that
But
building
Megan,
belongs
you
to the
talk
people.
herself. Ask her if she did not register her complaints with the library board.
But you're not giving everybody.
I don't know.
But this is a different building than
I'm
the
not trying to keep
library.
anybody out. I'm trying to help the library get control of the building because they asked.
Well, there are misconceptions in this,
Okay.
that are not true, and I need to point some more of them out. It says here there are multiple keys to the library building and the library meeting room. The meeting room is not even locked. It's kept open, and there is a sign on the door, please do not lock this. So you have a key to get in the front door into the lobby, and then you can go into the conference room. You know, and there's a key also for the, go into the library itself. But that's,
Are those keys different?
Yes. they're
yes, they
totally
are, they're
keys.
different keys,
But once you go
yes.
in the conference room, you can go in.
So,
No, you can't. No, you cannot. No, you can't. That door's locked permanently from the inside.
If she doesn't lock it, but she could take that
Right, it's fixed, because I know the front doors are locked, but once you go into the conference room,
as,
a room,
as far as I know,
in the library, I've never seen it locked.
That
as far
door
as
is
I know, there have
constantly
been no
locked. You cannot
injuries
unlock that
there.
door.
There's been no theft there.
Double lock a room.
So, and this is our library. It's not, it doesn't belong to the board, the Arkansas Library Board. It belongs to the city and the people at Horseshoe Bend to use as they choose, and they are allowed to do. Now, there's been some misconceptions about the children in there on Saturday mornings. The children are under control because their parents stay with them. They don't drop them off. It's not a babysitting service that we provide.
No, didn't-
So there's
none of
no
this had anything to do
destruction
with
that
the
we're
children being out
aware
of
of.
control or anything. I didn't hear that from the library board at all. It was
And
all
the
about
Arkansas
control.
State Library Board does not control our library. They own the books. Just like they did when the library was here.
Okay, but the
But
books
they
are not
don't own the building.
And they fund the library, and we can lose the books in the library.
We can get books from another library system, I hate to tell you, and the state will still fund
So over
them.
a key, letting somebody in, you would rather throw away free money
I would
I-
rather use the
I
building when
would
we
rather
choose
have
to,
the
not
people
when we're
use this
dictated that
building.
we
What's
can
the
use it.
difference? City Hall when you want to. It's a city building.
It's not the same
What's
thing,
the
Donnie.
difference?
It's not the
That's
same
right.
thing. The library
It's
is
for
a
the
community building.
To
Right,
use.
you have a community building up top of the hill. Use it.
Who owns the computers that are in the library?
We went to the library with the little theater.
Who owns the
because for one
computers in
thing,
the
we
library?
were locked
I
out
actually
of
don't know.
the community center. We
I don't
could
know.
not go in there.
But
And
nobody
I-
bothers the computers in the library.
That's part of
And
the
we-
concern of the library board, is they say they own the computers, they furnish them, and
And-
keeping control of the computers is.
And
Now,
nobody
I
does
want that.
anything with the computers.
Again, I am trying to represent what was said to me.
It'd just be like everyone of you having a key to this house.
You're supposed to represent the people, not them.
Yeah,
I understand
exactly.
that.
That's our building and it needs to stay our building. And we need to have access when we choose to. And we have never, ever abused that privilege.
I don't see it as that they're trying to take access, they're trying to try and get control.
Well, I don't know who, because Megan herself will give you a key if you're having a meeting after hours, and then you can lock the front door and throw it back in the book thing for her.
She wants
And
this, she wants this ordinance.
And
so
she does, I haven't talked with Megan, and I don't believe that.
I have.
Well, I haven't talked with Megan, and I don't see Megan here. And I don't see this letter signed.
Maybe you should.
May I just say one thing?
Sure.
I was in a library book discussion, it's a library-sponsored program. We had the room every, first Wednesday of every month from 1 to 2. When we were meeting, somebody came in from the planning board, Mitzi, you were there, and I'm very surprised that we were even in there. They had not reserved the room. They asked us what time we were done, we said 2 o'clock, and you guys proceeded to disturb our book discussion and have your meeting down the other end of the table when we weren't quite finished with our book discussion.
I was talking to someone that asked me a question.
I talked
I'm
to
sorry,
Megan.
I would not have interrupted your
She
meeting.
let you
I
talk.
talked to Megan, and she told me that he had not reserved, the planning committee had not reserved that meeting room.
That wasn't
at
planning
any time,
committee.
and she told me that that happens more than one time.
No, I'm sorry, so this is weird.
Well, I guess she's lying to me, right?
All right, so then I don't see why we need an ordinance that we can't sit down and talk with the library, the people that use it. We can talk with Megan, and I think we can work it out too, that we don't need an ordinance and we don't need to give the library committee the total control over a building that half the citizens here use and want access to.
Why don't you use the community building for some of these things?
I just don't believe everybody should have a key to a city building.
Not everybody, you're saying everybody has a key. Everybody does not have a key to these buildings.
Can you give us a list of who has the keys to the building?
Megan, I believe, has a list of everybody that has a key to that building.
She does not, she does not.
It's not her
I was
building.
told
Why does
they
she have
didn't
to?
know.
We were at the meeting where that letter was drafted with the Izzard County Library Board. So why didn't you bring it over to the mayor? I said where it was drafted. Not done. Not done, it was drafted. Why were you there? Because Megan wanted support from this community, and this community would not support her, so we did. Why don't you come to this meeting? Why didn't you come here and talk to the mayor? No, I didn't even know what ordinance they were on.
So then, again, okay, folks, again, what I'm hearing is the truth is somebody ought to get together with Megan and sit down and talk about who has keys and who doesn't have keys. And I don't think we need an ordinance that's gonna change every lock in a building and spend a whole bunch of money over it. If the people can work it out, then let's let the people work it out.
It's been
Okay?
read once,
I don't think
say-
the board needs to step in and create an ordinance and laws about the people that deserve this building.
It's been said, it's been read once, I say we let it stand and they give us 30 days to work it out.
We don't want that to stand.
It's not going anywhere until it gets read second and third time, I'm just saying, it gives you 30 days to work it out with Megan, figure out what we do in the next council meeting.
Chris?
From what I'm listening to, is this board is wanting, a certain amount of keys, and the people that are there, the board is paying for it. Okay, that's what this letter said. I know it wasn't signed, but you can get a signature on it.
But what I'm saying is, it's just asking that they have key and they can make, like a calendar, they can keep a calendar of who needs it, what time, and they'll have it open for them to have their meetings. But I'm saying, if you're gonna go against this and say, that's our building, keep preaching it's your building, well, pretty soon, they're gonna take all their stuff, computers, books out of there, and there's your building, you can have a big meeting in there then, could it be? That's what they're trying to say, is we just want a little control.
I don't, I don't know what they're trying to say. And I don't know if the problem is to the extent that everybody's saying that it is. I don't know what the confusion was. I know we were in the building this morning. We gave $2,600 to the Eagles. There was nobody having a meeting in there. Megan was in there. Megan didn't come in and complain or say anything about it.
Were you brought
So,
enough to schedule it with her?
huh?
Were you brought enough to schedule it?
Yes, it was scheduled.
Perfect. See, that's all we're asking.
Everything is scheduled, so.
Apparently not if there's been conflict.
At one time, when you're lucky to book a meeting, Eric said that they meet at 9 o'clock.
It's running over.
This was some kind of special thing.
They meet at
They
9
meet at
o'clock.
9.
It was your husband, Eric Rex.
9 o'clock, I have it in my,
And it was Chris Bigness, and they came in at about 1:45.
9 o'clock they meet.
They meet at 9 o'clock in the morning. And there
I know,
wasn't a
9
planning
o'clock.
committee.
this was another meeting with Chris Bigness, that's all I can tell you. Chris was there, the neighbors were there.
9 o'clock. Oh, yeah,
And it was not on the meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to move ordinance 2516 to the front of the stack.
So what did we do with the library? We just tabled it?
Well, it's been read once. It's still
I
alive.
think you should table the meeting until I talk with the librarian about what this whole big problem is. In fact, Mitzi, you can talk with her too and see, and we'll ask her how many keys are out, because there's not a ton of keys out. And she does that. And, it's so funny that people can copy the keys anyways. The idea, well, you're only gonna have the key. If somebody wants to take a key and copy it, they can. And then you got more keys. I mean, it's, well, they don't really have that at the library. But the library itself is a total different lock, okay? You cannot go into the library with the books with a key to the outside door. That's a fact. And you can't go through that side door because it's always locked and a key doesn't work in it. I can take you there and show you right now if you want to see it.
I had a key both doors because I done maintenance.
Right, but
But
you,
I said I could go into the conference room and go through some, used to, a long time ago.
What key opens the back door to the library, Donnie? Just for a word of information.
Right, but I'm saying, but if you could.
the same key that opens the front door.
Right, so you get in the library by going around
No,
back
no,
and
the
open the back
front door to the library itself, not to the
Okay,
conference room. The
okay.
conference room is a separate key. And that's why Megan gives those keys out to someone, so if somebody wants to have a meeting at 7 o'clock at night, she gives them that key. Because it only opens the outside door. So you can use the bathrooms, you can use the conference room, and she usually says, if you're not coming in the next morning, throw it in the book slot, and that's where the key is. So that building's been open and accessible to the people for years. But I will gladly talk with Megan and see if this is the crisis situation that this thing has made it, because I don't believe it is. And I think it can be fixed without passing another ridiculous law that we don't need. Next ordinance.
I'd like to move ordinance 2516 to the top of the pile. Well, it kind of goes along with the library control. Yeah, I wrote it.
Okay, folks. Okay, let's stop it from being personal, folks. Okay, let's try to go on here because we need to get through this and we need to get this thing done, whatever we're doing with this stuff. All right, so this is an ordinance that you did, Brian?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Ordinance 2025-16, ordinance to require all city committees to hold their meetings in the council chambers at City Hall. Whereas the people of Horseshoe Bend expect committee meetings to take place in the same place regardless of committee name, And whereas the council chambers are vacant for many hours during a typical week, and whereas the council chambers offer a large enough venue with adequate seating to encourage public attendance, therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas, that all committees' meetings be held at properly scheduled and/or announced times in the council chambers at the City Hall of Horseshoe Bend.
Now, there's an instance when this is a vindictive thing, because the planning commission was meeting at the library. So now you want us all to be here. That wasn't, we weren't hurting anything.
I just read it. Why are you looking at me?
It's another useless.
I would like all the committees to meet in here, because we can share them with the community like we're sharing this meeting. We have ability to broadcast them, and I would like for the council to approve maybe getting, Uriah said, with a little money, we can get it where a flip of a switch and they'll be streaming. That way the building committee, variance committee, anybody can have their meeting here, and the public can attend them even if they're at work, such as some of the council people are at work.
You won't be able to hear them. You can barely hear you guys.
Not unless you're talking.
If you don't speak into your microphone well enough, and Luther never has his on, you cannot hear you. They will not have microphones if they don't sit up there. You won't be able to hear it.
They won't be able to hear them at the library either.
Well,
Maybe we can make some adjustments if we're, maybe we can make some adjustments if we're improving the equipment and getting it to where you flip a switch and it streams.
Well, first, I can tell you, I've talked to the Blue IT guys, and you ain't flipping a switch to have this happen. That's why it's such a long process to actually get a live stream up and going.
So
There's
Uriah
no-
was not telling me the truth?
Will you please stop doing that to people? If anybody doesn't tell the truth, Brian, you should not say that. Okay, do not say that. Uriah never said we just have a switch. There's probably 7 processes that you have to go to get this up and to get it running. And again, it's hard to hear the voices. The camera doesn't go to the side as good as it is. I mean, this isn't television. This is an attempt to make a live meeting. And whether they do it here or not's irrelevant. But if you...
Yeah, I think on this one, Brian, I think committees should be able to hold their meetings where they want to. Because a lot of times during the day, they can't come in here. This place is busy. There's noise. I mean, the library is probably the quietest place for them to have a meeting. I mean, and yes, unless you meet late, but most of your meetings are early in the day, where
9 o'clock.
where people are coming in, and it's going to be. Do what?
I'm answering to
Oh.
David, because he's trying to call me out on something, not you. Thank you.
Okay?
No, but
Any
I
other...
think- I think that, let them have their committee meetings where they need to get their stuff done.
You know, I disagree, sorry, I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because as a citizen, I've come into this community, I'm expecting committee meetings, under the umbrella of the city to be at City Hall. Because that's how it works in other cities that,
So we should have a little theater meeting here too?
No, you shouldn't have a little theater meeting. You should.
The
you should
city's
do
not,
what you
that's
need
not
to
a
do.
city committee.
You should set up your tables, and you should get a microphone and put it in the middle of the table, so the public can hear it, okay? It's a simple process, and that's what it is, it's a process. So, you don't have it something, Mitzi, to put up your boards? Get something. Get
I
something,
did,
and
I
then
have a
it's here.
building that I can
Yeah, get
use.
something. The building, yeah, well, I won't go there.
Well, the same would apply.
But I'm speaking, thank you, Michelle. But, Brad, this is a time where I have a question. Does it matter where they meet? Yes. You're not Brad? But unless you want to speak for Brad.
You didn't want to
go
get
ahead.
dragged into this, did you?
I'm so deep in it now, I can't even get fired.
How many years?
But anyway, that's a good question. The city council has, they have a right to do this if they wanted to. Does it matter? I think opinions vary. Yeah, I understand your point. I understand Travis's point. So,
The only ordinance or law says that the city council meeting has to be at the same place at the same time. That it does, and that puts it in this building. But for the other building committees, I don't know.
I can tell you why we started having it at the library, because every time Mitzi and I got here early and we had to set up the tables. And I don't know about you, but when your hands hurt, you can't always set up tables, and it just became a pain. And she lives right down the street from there, and I said, well, we'll just go there. It's not a big deal. It's really not. We always have meetings, we leave them open, anybody can come in anytime, sit down, listen to it. This is ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous for
Yes,
her.
it is.
It's not ridiculous for the library. She's the one that has to deal with it. And Mayor, when you sit down and talk with her, I would really appreciate being there, because she needs an advocate.
I think I can be an advocate for people.
Well, I don't think so.
Well,
You weren't at the library meeting.
I think you're saying witness.
All these people were there, so why didn't you tell them there was a meeting, you all were there?
Why didn't you invite them?
Read the paper.
Right.
What
Look
paper?
at it.
Well, I'm sorry, it's not in the Melbourne paper, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't want to-
They didn't have any trouble finding us.
Travis,
okay,
Travis, to address
Travis.
your point, this is not the exact ordinance I wrote. It was amended. I had another part here, another section that said that should a committee wish to hold a separate meeting, different than the regular scheduled meeting, that they should advertise and put it in the paper for 30 days or some time period to allow
why do you
them.
need this? Why do you have to have this kind of control?
It's not,
I mean-
it's not control, it's trying to make sure
This is
people know where to
just
go.
control, that you have to show up here and you have to do what I want.
Trying to make sure people know where the meeting's being held.
To the city attorney, any ordinance cannot be contrary to Arkansas law, correct?
That is correct.
And you cannot make law if it's not state law. You can derive an ordinance from Arkansas law, correct?
Hang on, now what?
I know it's about 10 o'clock, I'm so sorry, right, you're disturbing race. Times two. So an ordinance cannot be made contrary to Arkansas law.
That's
Say
correct.
yes.
Yeah.
Now, an ordinance cannot be made up without some sort of state law backing or some sort of state law support, because we're making a bunch of stuff up here as we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to disagree with you
Okay, but can you
on
vote
that,
for?
because I think the city council can require these committees to meet in this room if the city
Okay, but how
council.
do you go to court and defend that then with no, let's say you go to this court and.
Well, I think a lot of, I think the municipalities are given lots of leeway to do things, and the city councils, this would be a legislative purpose. I think they can micromanage to that point. I mean, that's what it is.
So you're saying that a district judge can rule based on the ordinance even though it has no Arkansas law support?
Ordinance is law.
I mean,
You don't have to answer.
the question would be, does the city council have the authority to require the committees to meet in a certain place? That would be the question, and I think they do. I can't point you to some statute that says that. That's more of just a feeling from being involved in this kind of law for several years, and I just feel like that the city council has the authority to do that. Yeah, and there's probably not anything specific about that in the code, and I notice in y'all's laws, I'm looking here, and, y'all do say that, like right here, this is which commission is this? I'm just kind of pulled one here. Basically just commission. Y'all have a blanket, appointment of commissioners. And this is under Parks and Rec. And, this talks about meeting of the commissioners. this not even probably gonna be applicable now because there's no more MRID, and I'm not sure, do y'all have a Parks and Rec commission? Do you have people on that commission?
No.
So there's not anything there, but at one point, this was relevant, and just what y'all have done in the past is you just said the commissioners shall meet at least monthly, but other meetings may be held at any time by the board or upon call of the mayor and city council, and there's nothing that says where those have to
Those are under
to
Title
be.
14, but what you're saying is that it's not requiring a meeting place, even though they
Yeah,
are.
you never have. I mean,
So
y'all
what
never
if,
have.
like, the councilmen here, many of them hold day jobs, so this is at night after work. Now, what if these committee members have day jobs, and they can't be here till City Hall closes? Who's gonna be here to let them in? Are you gonna open for committees?
You betcha.
Yeah, because see, City Hall doesn't do that. The library does, and the community center does, now. But yeah, City Hall doesn't open at night for people to show up here.
Committee members that work.
I mean, do we feel this is this broken, it has to be fixed?
No, yeah, it needs to be fixed.
All right, what are you doing, folks, then?
I move we read a second time by title only. Suspend the rules and read it a second time by title only.
It's been read once, so.
All right,
I think
so-
he's made a motion to suspend the rules.
All right, so you have a motion to suspend the rules. Do we have a second? Good, we don't have a second. It fails. Next one.
Well, just the motion to suspend the rules.
Just a suspension fails.
It's
That's all
been
it
read
was.
one time, so I suspect he'll read it again next time.
That's right.
Okay.
That's all it does.
Okay, so where are we at? The Data Scout one now? We going back
Twenty-five
to-
oh nine,
Believe so. What?
2509.
It's not okay, okay. Ordinance 2025-09, ordinance to limit the spending of the mayor of Horseshoe Bend. Whereas Arkansas annotated 1444-108 states the mayor shall perform all duties required by ordinance of the city.
People.
And whereas Arkansas annotated 1443-502, Section B, subsection 1, the council shall have the management and control of finances and of all the real and personal property belonging to the corporation. And whereas the city council has oversight on budget and expenditures, and whereas only council can amend the budget, now therefore be it ordained by the city council of the city of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas. Section 1, the mayor shall not spend more than $1,000 without prior city council approval within the constraints of the city's annual budget. And the mayor shall not spend more than $300 outside the constraints of the city's annual budget. Section 2, the mayor must notify the council at the next council meeting of the deviation from the budget in Section 1 and give the reason for the deviation.
Are you really gonna let a contract employee have a larger budget that he has access to than the mayor?
Well, I'd like to know when I misused spending the $5,000 that I've had for over 2.5 years. That this even has been brought up here. And if it's about the data point one, then I'm glad that Brad's here, because that data point thing was bought because we have to show a good faith effort that we're going after the delinquent properties. I didn't buy that for myself, and that was bought by the city credit card. It was sent to the city, and it's on my computer. And I'll gladly forward it to you, because you can pour through that data all you want to. But if we don't go forward with that, then we haven't made any effort to try to recover those funds. So you're gonna come up with an ordinance to take my $5,000 away that I've been responsible for 2.5 years? Show me where I did something wrong with that money.
Whose
Yeah, who wrote this ordinance? Oh, my God.
You know, I had someone message me, did Donnie write it down?
Wasn't me.
Okay, Brian, tell me where I misused my money that I can't have the $5,000 I've had for 2.5 years.
And you brought up the data scout, that's one of the things in my mind, because it never was discussed in finance, it never was explained as what the expenditure was for. It had us have to bring it to you, and still it was not explained. It was explained here tonight, finally.
I explained it the other night when you asked me about it. I told you we had to do that.
That's all you said. You
the
didn't say
data-
what you were doing with it, you didn't say what you had people volunteering, help you with it. You didn't explain any of that.
Oh, yes, I did. I told you that we had a volunteers. We took 6 people over to look at those books, and those books are a disaster to try to pull that data out. And the only way to get to this information was to pay for it. And we got it at nothing compared to what they wanted for it. And we did it. And the court order, if you've read the court order, says we have to make a good faith effort.
And I offered you a solution, you said, I don't need your help.
What are you talking about? Answer the question. What did I do wrong? I spent money to do a good faith effort to do what the court order says. Tell me what I did wrong.
You're a member of the finance committee. You are a member. And you didn't bring it forward in finance once before you spent the
I
money.
can spend up to $5,000 without
Within budget, and that, there was no budget item that handled that.
Yes, there is. It's
Where?
called legal, right? Don't we have 30,000 in legal? That's answering the legal thing that we had to do.
I don't think there was anything legally that said you had to go purchase stuff from.
That's not.
There wasn't.
Brad, what does the court settlement say? Does it say we have to make a good faith effort to reclaim any money that's owed?
It gives you the ability to.
Did, an abstract company, and you said that would be too expensive. So then you started going up and doing the work yourself, right?
Right, we got some volunteers that went to.
Where'd she go? There was a lady.
That went
there
over
you
to,
are. You were there. You were there.
Yeah, there was
And
a
Gail
whole group.
said that, because she came to me, Gail came to me and said, or no, you called me and said Gail had pointed out that this stuff's printed on old computer paper, so
Yeah.
obviously there is some old data somewhere, and they're probably those big, huge floppy disks or something. And I think ultimately I told you that we just couldn't expect the county to have kept those records. I don't think that's realistic.
Right.
That Izard County kept those
That's right.
records. And I know Gail disagreed with me on that, and I respect that. But
I do
what
disagree,
you're,
because
and that's
nobody
fine.
puts anything on a
But
computer,
what,
then why
but what the mayor is doing, what I understand is you're trying to comply with that.
Yes, by doing the data
And
scout.
is that not right? Is that not what he's trying to do? I thought that was what he was
Wasn't
trying to do.
that last year that it was started before y'all got in?
Yes, it started last year, but we got the data scout. Data scout is from 2012 up to 2023. So we've got all those years of data to go back through and look at the properties and see what properties paid, what didn't. I didn't buy this for myself.
You never buy anything for yourself. It's a city. That nobody's accusing you of that. But you do need to know what the budget is that you're charging it to.
I'm
You don't just
charging
go
it
and buy
to
because
legal.
it's a good idea. You don't get to just buy because it's a good idea. You have to tell people you're doing it.
I told you, it goes
Ends
on
does not,
legal.
what about the $18,000 then? Let's talk about that. $18,000. You went and hired a lawyer without council approval last year. Was that over your $5,000? Well, I don't care what the reason is. He doesn't have the right to do it. He does not have the right to do it. Council has to approve all budget stuff. He went out and spent $18,000 without council approval. You can say, argue if you want, but he did. He did. He absolutely did. He admitted to it. He's the one who brought it up in council. He said, well, we had to spend $18,000 on that appeal, and every council member said, what? None of them knew. In fact, my wife polled every single one of them. None of them knew it before, including you, Carol. You said you found out the day before. And we can give you the video coverage if you want to. So don't say you've never done it, Mayor. You've done it.
Did we have to respond to their charge of the appeal? Did we have to answer the appeal?
Yes, but
That's beside the point.
That's back, I think Bill's point is that you have spent money out of legal before, right?
That was the appeal.
And I think that if Judge Meyer were hearing this case, I think she would think that that was a legal expense, the data scout. Unless what he's saying is not right. I mean, if what he is saying, and I'm not an expert on ACT data scout, some of y'all may know a lot more about it. But at any rate, it's my understanding that he's using that to comply with the terms of the lawsuit, which says the city has to try to go after these back lots that haven't been paid. And unless you got something concrete to show that's not what he's doing with it,
I don't think it's a matter of what, it's the matter of how. I mean, basically, we get, all of a sudden, there's a credit card bill for $1,500, we don't know what it's for, it's not coded. I have to figure out how to code it.
So did you come and ask me?
We did it the next meeting. You're never in. Sorry.
Brad, this is $1,000 because we're trying to help the mayor by doing this, to get the council aware of what's going on instead of him doing things without the council aware. He's part of the finance committee. He should have brought up finance so we know that this is coming up, know that the information that is available, 1,500, and then we wouldn't have had a problem one. That's why they went to 1,000, because the 1,500 kind of was bad, because where do you put it? Where does he put it? Why wasn't it brought up in finance so we know it's coming up? And we would already assigned it a line item. It would have been done. It would have been easy.
So therefore, because one answered thing that you didn't get, you want to do a whole ordinance to change the fact that he didn't give you one answer.
No, there's a bunch more
Like what?
besides, again, we can name them all and go into it, but we've been here long enough. 18,000 was already brought up.
Keep going. But you wanna hear 'em. I think the issue for me.
And on top of
I
it, he
think
had
the issue for
$5,000.
me, I think the issue for me was transparency.
Well, he
And
had
that's,
5,000 a
but
day.
he didn't start doing what was in the settlement agreement until in a sense, the 12th hour. And by the 12th hour, there wasn't time to put it through the process where the people knew what was happening. We didn't know he had,
Gail.
That Gail was managing all of the.
I wasn't managing it. All I did was contact them. I went to try to find it.
But nobody knew, y'all knew it, but y'all wouldn't know it, and we all didn't know it, Miss Clary.
Actually, I didn't talk to anybody about it.
Well,
That's on me.
but that's transparency, and that starts with.
However, he has 1,500 a day he can spend.
Well, evidently he spent more.
You know, the thing is,
No, we
nobody knew that I had the data, that I had gotten the data. Because I didn't want anybody asking me anything about the data. So all I did was contact the company and talk to them for hours and hours of my time and tell them what we were trying to do and that we had already paid to have it put into a system. We have to be able to get it out. I even told him, hire me for a day, I'll come and write the report, and he was gonna feed it everywhere. And he said, I can't do that. And I said, come on guys, you gotta help me somehow. I just want to be able to prove this. And he came back and said, we'll give it to you for 1,500, but you have to take the whole county.
Right, that's what the mayor said earlier today.
And earlier, she said
I-
that it could have been 15,000,
Right,
and she
I
said
heard that.
Because the first call
The
I made, he told me
issue is not
15,000.
with you, the issue is with the transparency of the process. That's
But
the
I
issue.
had,
Okay,
$5,000.
so the issue, Gail, the issue with the process, first, this process started way before you guys were elected. Okay, it started once the settlement was done. And the first thing you said to me, you gotta start working on showing good faith effort going back there. So we did. That's when we formed a committee. And I asked, how many people wanna go over and look at these books and just see what are we dealing with? If you've been over to that place, those books are huge. And they are page after page after page. And we looked at, is there a way of tracking this? Is there a way of doing this? That didn't work out. Then we talked with Tammy, is there any way, do you have a computer system or a way of doing it? And we did talk about a company that nobody wants to do. I mean, we can't get abstract companies to even tell us where our land is in this city, let alone do the research on these properties being done or whatever. So, again, you decide what you want to do, but I don't see where I did anything wrong by putting Data Scout on here so we could go forward and look at this data. And you're more than welcome to have it. I can make sure it goes to your email boxes, and you can have every bit of it. Hell, we can split it up. Each one of you councilmen can have it.
I think those are internet, the files are too big. You won't be able to do that. And if you didn't download them that day, they would expire. So that could be a problem. Now, I know Denise pulled one file down because I wanted to make sure that I could write a report out of it to pull just the data for Horseshoe Bend. But you may end up in a problem if somebody didn't download those. I don't know.
Well, let's get an external hard drive and let's download them and they can have the external hard drive. I'll talk with the Blue IT guys and see about doing it too, but we have them and nobody's stopping you from using them. You're welcome to go through that data and look at it all you want to, but that's,
13,000 properties in 12 years.
It's millions of lines of data, guys. It's millions.
well,
I had somebody lined up, try to talk to the mayor about 3 different companies, but he wasn't interested in my help, so if he gets interested, I'll offer it again.
I'm not interested in hiring companies. You know, you're upset because I spent $1,500. You want to hire a
upset.
company and spend a fortune to try to do that. You know what it's going to cost to do this?
Not upset.
Gail, do you have an idea of what this would cost if he hires the company?
If you were paying me, you guys would already be out at least $10,000. Just for what I've already done. I mean.
Yeah, let's hire a company, Brian. Let's get a company and we'll do this.
How many lies are taken?
Oh, my God.
Everything I did out of the kindness of my heart, trying to help the city.
Greatly appreciated.
Can we move back to the?
Yeah, can we move along?
Ordinance.
It's been read once, that's all I want to do.
It's already 10 o'clock at night.
I withdraw the next one because it's been explained earlier. Okay. I said 10's been withdrawn. Because it's been explained earlier.
So 9
Rule
is,
number 11.
so 9 he's saying has been read once, so their intention is to go ahead with that. So now you're saying you're withdrawing 10?
Correct. I hear you, David.
Yeah, I heard. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to, I guess, save these for the next council meeting. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Who was the second?
John and Jeanette?
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
No, no, no.
It's really quick, I wanna know, did y'all find the $50,000 that you said that, Charlie McDaniel stole?
No, we didn't say
Who
he stole,
said
we
that?
just couldn't account for
Oh,
it.
yes, you did.
No, we said we couldn't account for it. I never said stole.
Yes, I have.
Go check the record. Never said stole. Never said. Still can't account for everything because we haven't been turned over any of the, but I was able to, the statements were mailed and we looked at it. And there was one questionable thing that was about $38,000 and it was a wire transfer, which really made it, the alarm goes up, but I talked to Charlie and I trust him on his word that was, they were paying an insurance claim and they didn't want it, the check to bounce, so they wired it instead, so.
There's two posted expenses on the freed up funds, one for 2,000 something, one for 7,000 something. I thought freed up funds was restricted because we allocated at a meeting.
It was.
Did we vote
Got one
to
more order
adjourn?
of business before we
We did?
adjourn.
Okay.
We did.
We're adjourned. I wasn't sure.
Who made the,
Who voted
Okay.
for it?
who did the
Aye.
motion second?
Gotta take those and look at them, that's all I was trying
For
to.
adjourn?
Those are the applications.
Okay, sure.
I thought you were a second.
That was on the,
There-
that was the table.
Okay.
So who?
All right, so she made the motion, and I'm sure Sean seconded it, and we are out of here, I hope. Oh, my God.
You betcha. Sorry. Had to get you up to the mic.